Zerox Grippin was working on a pen test where he wanted to run a payload against the target computer, and obviously the target computer was running an antivirus software. So if Zerox Grippin was ever going to manage to run his payload against that computer, he was going to have to evade that antivirus's detection. Fortunately, Zerox Grippin was in his prime as a hacker. It was before he went on this whole management stint. So he knew exactly what to do. He opened his toolbox, reached for a few evasion tools, and applied some techniques to his payload, and then he tried again with his payload in his lab. He realized that his payload was still detected. So he worked hard, crafted another payload, more evasion techniques, new set of tools, and then he said the famous quote that stuck with me ever since. Surely this'll do. And then he tried again. Test his payload, still detected. So he scrapped everything, started over from the start, tried new tools, new evasion techniques, tested his payload, still detected. And he iterated a few more times until eventually he stumbled upon a payload that could be executed without being detected. So he managed to use this payload in his pen test and finish whatever he wanted to do. So that was good and all, until at some point he has another pen test with another antivirus, or he has another pen test against this same antivirus, but it's been updated, and for some reason, some behaviors have changed. So his approach was problematic to me, and it stuck with me ever since. But before we dive too deep into trying to help Zerox Grippin with his evasion approach, I would like to do a little bit of expectation management. So first off, this talk stems from an academic background. So I will not be discussing or using any trade secrets from antivirus software companies, mainly because I do not have access to them. I will also not be presenting either a turnkey solution or a tool that works out of the box. See this presentation more as a thought experiment and a way to get some perspective. So going back to our friend Zerox Grippin, if we want to improve his workflow on evasion, we would need to identify the core problems of his workflow. So to me, the core problems were the fact that he was working completely randomly and haphazardly. This caused his workflow to be very slow and came with a few uncertainties. First off, when he crafted a payload, he never knew if his payload was actually going to work or not. And when he was working on crafting his payloads, he restarted several times because he was incapable of telling if the work he had already done on this version of the payload was useful or not. So he had no clue about the progress he was doing in his evasion workflow. To me, this can be distilled down to a lack of information. So he was lacking information about the antivirus software itself and how the evasion process actually works. So if we want to help him, we would like to dive into these two branches and figure out what information we were lacking. Because I'm trying to help Zerox Grippin in a professional-ish setting of doing some pen tests, we need to sprinkle in some details about reality. So pen testers do face many different antivirus software. And the antivirus is mostly, for most pen testers, a black box. So if you try to open this black box and get some implementation details, some trade secrets, or even some signatures out of the antivirus, this information will be very ephemeral, and it is not very reliable to use this information through time. So for us, what we would like to be able to use is some information on which we can rely for a long period of time. So either perennial information or something that can be transferred between different antiviruses and still be useful. The other option is to have some information that is rapidly obtainable. So if we can obtain this information at the start of a mandate, we can use it for this mandate and rapidly obtain for the next one. So we can start diving into the antivirus and see what it is that we were lacking. You all know what an antivirus is and does. I will give a simple, very abstract definition so that we can get to work on what it is we are trying to do. So an antivirus is a program that determines if other programs are safe to run or not. So it does so by analyzing and classifying different programs. It classifies the programs into benign or malicious. To do this, it relies on multiple sources of information, mainly different, fast, and independent analyses. These analyses search for patterns and artifacts into the programs they are analyzing. These patterns or artifacts are what we call signatures. The new term that I'm going to coin is capabilities. So when they are searching for signatures, they are searching for signatures in a specific way. But we have multiple analyses. So these analyses allow us to search in different manners or in different places of the target program we are analyzing. So the types of ways we are looking is what I will call capabilities. So just to hammer this home, this is a list of capabilities that you can see in the wild. Don't put too much attention to them for now, but let's take file hashes. I just want to do the distinction between a signature and a capability. So for file hashes, the capability is the capability of looking at a whole file, hashing it, and comparing the hash to something that we know is valid. Okay? And the signature is the hash we are comparing to. Okay? So now that we've seen the different capabilities, I don't think they're very useful to us unless we classify them. So I will just split them up a little bit in two main parts. So we have this static branch and the dynamic branch. And then within the dynamic branch, you have different moments of dynamic analysis. So we can do it in a virtual system or on the real system. I like removing technical jargon when I can, especially if it can be helpful for later on. So what we mean when we say static scanning, we mean searching for signatures without executing the program. And what we mean when we say dynamic scanning is searching for signatures while we are executing the program. Simple distinction between, say, file hashes and byte sequence. So a file hash is literally a way to look at the file as a whole. And then byte sequences or patterns, you might have heard of Yara rules. This is what this means. So it's searching for patterns in parts of a file. Let me just grab a water. All right. Now we have a basic understanding about antivirus and how they are bundled up together. Let's talk about evasion. So what is evasion? It's a quite simple process, actually. It's the act of modifying a program that you intend to run and ensuring it is no longer detected by the antivirus, while also maintaining functionality. Otherwise, I don't know why you're doing it. So in other words, you can ensure that the program will be classified, because we're dealing with the classifier, classified as benign, even if originally it was classified as malicious. So here are some evasion techniques. The graph is voluntarily small. The idea is to look at the boxes without the content. So in blue boxes, you have some detection capabilities. And in the red boxes, you have some evasion techniques. And the idea that I wanted to show with this is simply the fact that they are associated. So evasion techniques target specific detection capabilities. We sometimes, in the naive sense, think that evasion techniques target signatures. They don't. They target detection capabilities. And one key piece of the puzzle is the fact that for any detection capability, there is conceptually one evasion technique that will evade it. There is always a limitation to detection capability. So, knowing this, we looked around and tried to check if 0x Grépin was actually the one that was working bad, or if other people were also having imperfect strategies. So the different strategies we saw when looking around on what is the good way to work on evading a program, or evading an antivirus, we got those three categories, which is mainly add evasion techniques until it feels like you've added enough, which is exactly what 0x Grépin was already doing. Another core idea we had was apply all the evasion techniques you can think of. And this is somewhat more functional, but it comes with its drawbacks. Adding evasion techniques into a payload adds extra code. Sometimes that extra code is what is getting you caught. So if you can be minimal in your evasion techniques that you apply to your payload, you have less risk of getting caught. And then the other idea is manually reverse engineering the giving antivirus. Will it work? Yes. Will it work in time? No. So now that we've identified some issues with the way that people work on evading antivirus, we've built up our understanding about evasion and antivirus. We can actually derive an interesting plan for Salle de Bal and try to help him. So, what we want to achieve is actually gathering information about the antivirus. If we can gather information about the antivirus, we can then augment the evasion workflow that Salle de Bal was using to consume this information and be more certain about what he was doing. The constraints come from the issues that we pre-identified in the different workflows. Here I'm simply rephrasing this idea into two research questions that we can try to answer independently. So first off, how can we gather information about capabilities of an antivirus software with a black box approach? And then we can look to augment evasion workflow by utilizing the information that we gathered about the antivirus software. So our answer to this idea is the concept of probing. So what is probing? First off, to understand what probing can do to help Salle de Bal, we will need a small concept that we coined mutations. So mutations are the idea of modifying a program slightly. The modification is purposeful and it targets a specific detection capability and its limitations. So how can mutations actually help us gather information from an antivirus software? In formal terms-ish, we can classify a program, abstract program, we call it P, and take note of the output of the classification done by the antivirus, name it X. And then we mutate the program P, obtain a new version of P that we can coin P prime, and then classify P prime and take note of the output again. Now we have two outputs and we can compare them and derive some information from the difference of the outputs. So in other words, comparing the outputs of the detections of the original sample and its mutated counterpart allows us to deduce information about the presence or the absence of specific detection capabilities. There's a bonus point that we can use. It's the fact that antivirus in practice are somewhat more helpful than classifying into two categories. We get benign, for sure, but we also get, when something is considered malicious, we get a detection identifier. It can look something like this. It can look somewhat different also. The main point is two different detection identifiers are distinct and distinguishable. So I don't know what this means internally for the antivirus, but if I get two different detection IDs, I can tell the difference. And this will help us. So in a napkin graph, what we can do is start with a sample that is classified as benign, and then we mutate it, and the possible outcomes would be the mutated sample is still classified as benign, or it is now classified as DX. This is information, so DX means it's detected as X in this context. The other scenario is we start with something that is already detected. So it's detected as X, we mutate it, and we can then obtain either something that is benign, or something that is still detected as X. The tricky one is we can also get something that is detected differently, so in this case detected as Y. So how can we use this information to do anything good? Is everything okay? Alright, how can we use this information to deduce some capabilities from the antivirus? I will start with the very, very, very simple case. Let's try to identify the presence of static detection capabilities. Most likely it's always present and it's very simple to present. So first off, we need to derive a mutation that will help us do the distinction. So in this case, a good mutation is preventing the execution of the program in some way. So some things that you can do is nulling the entry point or replacing the first active instruction with a return. So in this case, what this does is effectively the program can no longer run. So if we look at what happens, we start with a program that is detected as X. We mutate it to disable the possible execution of this program. So this program cannot run once it's mutated. And then we can look at the outputs that we get, and if we get dx again, okay, so the same detection identifier before and after the mutation, we can confirm that dx was issued via a static analysis, so a static detection capability. Why? Because the program cannot run, and we can still identify that same detection.
So if it cannot run and we identify it, we've identified it without running it. So when you see a green square, it simply means you've detected this capability and you can augment your knowledge base knowing that the antivirus has this capability. Let's keep going. Let's do a slightly more specific one. So looking for capabilities of hashing complete files. So a mutation that would target the limitations of a file hash would be to add a byte. Because a file hash consumes the whole file, modifying a single byte in that file would make the hash no longer match. So in a visual sense, we start with a precondition on this time. We need to start with a program that is statically detected as X. So gray boxes, preconditions to the input program. And then we mutate it with the identified mutation, saying we add a useless byte that does not alter the behavior of the program. And we look at what we obtain. And if we obtain either benign or dx, or dy, we can actually tag the antivirus as having file hash-based detection capabilities. If you want the reason, simply if it becomes benign, it means that the byte that you added evaded that detection. So therefore, adding a useless byte somewhere, the only thing you've modified is the file hash. So you can identify this. You can identify it this way. And if you get dy, which is the tricky one, what happened, in fact, is that dx is no longer triggering, and you're hitting another detection further down the line. So because of this, you can also consider that dx is no longer detected. So it is somewhat the same case as benign. We can also look at more dynamic stuff. So if you want to deduce the presence of sandboxing capabilities in a specific antivirus, you can use a mutation that will encrypt the program. Because if your program is detected statically, it is done by looking at the bytes of the program. If you encrypt it, these bytes are no longer there. And then you decrypt it at runtime. By decrypting it at runtime, these bytes will reappear, but only if you execute it. So in this sense, we can do the same thing, start with a program that is detected, pack it so it's encrypted, and if you find the same exact detection identifier after encrypting it and decrypting it only at runtime, you can actually identify the presence of a sandbox. All right. So we found this probing idea. Now, how does it help 0x Grippin in what he's trying to do? Never forget 0x Grippin. The idea is that these kind of probing strategies that we've showed, we've showed simple ones, right? But we can go much further and actually derive some strategies like this for any detection capability that you know can exist in an antivirus. And from there, you are able to detect these capabilities in any engine with a workflow that is very logic and straightforward. Now, the intention originally was to help the evasion workflow during the pen test. So for this, we need to use this information or this probing strategy and attach it back to how do we evade stuff with it. So what you have to do is actually what we call profiling. The idea is to construct the profile of the antivirus, meaning what detection capabilities are present or absent in this antivirus software. So to do this, you probe the entire detection capabilities that you are interested in, and you can tag, I found it, I did not find it, and so on. And then you can construct the profile. Here's a simple, I will do the sample set first. Okay, I will show you a simple profile of what it would look like. It's simply a hierarchical layout of the detection capabilities. You have their categories and then the specific capability, and you say, I found it, or I did not find it. But to be able to construct this, you will need to have a pretty significant sample set, because you will need a mix of detected and undetected samples to be candidates for all the possible probing strategies that you are going to employ. And you need to have enough of each, because you need to trigger all these scenarios. You have to actually find the right scenario once to prove it exists. But if you try on only one program and you do not trigger it, it doesn't mean that it's not there. It just means that this program will not trigger this scenario. So you need a pretty significant sample set. And make sure to have some initially detected and some initially undetected programs. A clever way of building your sample set is to start with a bunch of classically used and known good software that you can have. And then for the more detected things, what works well is building a sample set of pen testing tools, because pen testing tools are all detected. You can use these, and it helps a bunch. Now the last part is, how do I use this antivirus profile that I've constructed and actually help 0x Grépin evade for real? So this is a very ugly term that I've coined, which is simply detection capability evasion technique mapping. For a lack of better term, the idea is simply to map them back to what does what. So because at first I showed you the graph of the evasion techniques being mapped directly to specific detection capabilities, you can use this graph knowing that each evasion technique maps directly to a detection capability. You've identified detection capabilities, you can map it back to the evasion technique that works for it. So with this, you can construct, you use a profile, and you can construct the set that is necessary of evasion techniques that will actually evade conceptually every detection capability in the antivirus you are trying to evade. Doing so, what is actually fun is that you can also identify the evasion techniques that are unnecessary. Because if you can identify the fact that some detection capabilities are not present, or you have a high probability of it not being present because you tested 100 times and it never showed up, you can identify which evasion techniques are actually counterproductive to what you are trying to do. And then once you have every detection technique that you want to apply, you can map that back to your tooling. So this tool does this kind of evasion technique if I supply this flag and this flag. And then you can map this and construct a pipeline of what you want to do step by step and being informed about it. So how did we actually help 0x Grépin? We've been able to produce a workflow that is somewhat better to what he was doing, because first off, it's generic, it's not targeted at a specific antivirus. It's automatable. We didn't automate it fully, but because it's simply some flowcharts, we can program this very easily. And then it's a black box approach, so no need to have some insider knowledge about how this antivirus actually functions. And the cool part, I believe, is the fact that we've achieved a certain degree of certainty, meaning that we can construct the minimal set of evasion techniques that we need to apply to evade a given antivirus, which in practice gives us a progress counter. So we can see that we are progressing because I know that I am currently evading 8 out of 12 of what I have detected into the profile. And I can also identify every piece of work that I'm doing that does not serve a real purpose and can actually shoot me in the foot. Future considerations that are actually interesting. We can actually integrate the idea of the profile with several other pen testing tools that can be useful. The sky is your limit if you want to look for good ideas. Also, we can integrate the evasion technique mapping that we can produce with actual evasion tools. We could say we could shim tools by having a tool that uses other tools and can do the mapping for you. That could be very useful. And then you can scope back in some of the things that we scoped out while doing this study. Mainly the statistical models were scoped out because we started with the things that could be certain, and then we could scope them back in because we believe they do fit this model also. That's all I had for you. I hope you had a good time. I hope this gave you some perspective on antivirus. I'll leave this here.
All right, we've got time for a couple of questions for sure. So just raise your hand and I'll go and run to you. Okay, we've got, oh, cool, 2 questions.
Of the detection capabilities that we already know of. Have a bundle of papers that I read and mashed together for my thesis, but it's not out, so probably have to wait.
All right, thank you. I do have one question for you.
Yes.
When you are doing your profiling, are there concerns about doing the operation on a machine that's not connected to the internet, knowing that some AV products have detection capabilities that are cloud-based?
Yes, this is a concern. I believe it's still doable, but the idea would take much more time to run because you have to wait for the feedback from the cloud. and then you have some whole syncing situation that you need to take into consideration. So for our experiment, we did not do it, but I do believe it fits the model. Simply the getting the answer is more complicated.
Although you would risk leaking information to the vendor, which may tweak their detections and then muddy them.
The idea is I'm not working with my payloads anyways, so I don't really care.
All right, do we have any other questions? Oh, yes.
What's the reason there are these IDs that the AV gives?
This is a good question for some AV vendors. My interpretation is simply the fact that it's more useful to get an ID to look, let's say you found an ID, you want to know what are the side effects of whatever you found, did it compromise some stuff on my computer, then you can look at some reports from the AV vendors saying this ID is this thing that did X or Y. So if you want to clean up better, you can look at what X or Y was done. And you can also correlate a lot better, either through your park or through your different machines. This is my interpretation, probably completely false. But you can ask Alexis, he'll have a better answer.
All right, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we've got a 10-minute break before the next presentation.
to do some intelligence. Just a quick word about Sequoia. First, Sequoia is a French company that sells a SOC platforms designed for incident response team for both private and public sector. And this SOC platform is fueled by the CTI production that my team does, and a layer of AI also to sort, alert, and reduce noise. And how did we go to this subject? So our team covered both state-sponsored and cybercrime threats, including threats from commercial surveillance software. And that's actually what led us to the topic of advertisement-based intelligence. Can we maybe, like, I don't think the... Yeah, okay, thank you. And on the side note, Sequoia is also a partner of Flare, and we are currently working on integrating our respective dataset into each other's platform.
But that's it for the marketing speech. So let's get back to our focus. So what is ADIT? I'm sure everyone here ever search a flight for Cancun, especially in winter time, and then you spend like the next 2 weeks scrolling into result ad every time you open your browser or every time you open any app. And that's classic, that's the classic advertisement business model. And sometimes it goes very further than that. Sometimes you get like between 2 reels, you get like some weirdly accurate ad. And not for something that you've been into for years, but something that you maybe Google or talk about like a few days before. And that's the advertising process that do that every time you open an ad, there's, in a fraction of a second, there's a process that decides exactly which ad will land in front of you according to the metadata collected on your interest, on your behavior patterns. But now imagine that you are not just a regular person like attending a conference, but you are an investigative journalist, you are a diplomat, you are a military, of any person of interest for like a foreign government. Then this exact mechanism can be leveraged for intelligence gathering instead of selling you a flight to Cancun or beach vacation. So let's define it properly. ADIT is the exploitation of online advertising ecosystem to collect, to correlate, and to operationalize large-scale data for intelligence purposes. The term is inspired by military intelligence vocabulary, such as SIGINT, signal intelligence, HUMINT, human intelligence, OSINT. I think you all know OSINT. But ADIT is not a proper military term. It was first introduced in a marketing content from a company, a US company called Razor, a company around 2015, 2016. And then the term ADIT was quoted by researchers from the University of Washington and became the reference. Today, ADIT is one of the
key marketing word in marketing brochure when you look at spyware solutions, when you go into the surveillance industry. And just a quick introduction to the process, because Colin will explain a bit more in detail after. So when you open that app that can display an ad space, there is an auction between advertisers that will happen to determine which one of them will display this ad to you. And the bid request sent by the announcer, so for example, like the application, Instagram, that can sell you the ad space, contain a lot of data, and not only technical data, not only IP address, browsing history, but also like data about demographic, about behavior patterns,
about purchase intents. And we will see that this process can be hijacked in different way for different purposes of ADIT. And just a last point, like a distinction. ADIT is not malvertising, where malvertising is more like a cybercrime technique. It's opportunistic and untargeted, where ADIT used the ad tech mechanism especially to aim at specific targets. But how does it work exactly?
Yeah, thank you, Maxime. So I will go on this part. So ad-based intelligence is based on the exploitation of ad tech mechanisms, which are legitimate processes used for online marketing campaigns. Two ad tech mechanisms are abused in this process to collect user data, track their activities, and upload content on their device. These are the real-time... Sorry. All good? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Sorry for this loud introduction. The first process is the real-time bidding process. and the second one is software development kits, so SDK. So how does it work basically? So you connect to your Duolingo app to do your daily session of Swahili. When you do that, the advertising SDK, so software development kits of Duolingo, will locally collect data about your device. So it can be your mobile advertiser identifier, the MAID, but also metadata about the app, info about your device, your location, the language you use, etc. So just a quick explanation about the SDK. So the SDK is a piece of code that adds functionality to the app. For Ad SDK, so SDK dedicated to display ad on the app, they really act as agents of supply-side platforms, SSPs. SSPs are those that connect publishers, so in our case, Duolingo, with advertisers. So advertisers are like Air Canada, for instance, that want to sell you tickets for your next trip. Publishers, they have the ad space available on the app, so they offer this space to advertisers that want to sell you tickets for your trip. Okay, so what happened next? The SSPs receive SDK metadata and enrich it before sharing the info with advertisers. So the SSP look if it has already seen your MAID, for instance. If this MAID is associated with specific categories, like he's looking for a trip, for instance, we will also look at the price for the ad space at the moment, etc. And so all this information will constitute the bid request. So once the SSP enrich the SDK metadata about you, it shares this with demand-side platforms, DSPs. DSPs are where are connected advertisers to receive information about available ad spaces. All the real-time bidding process, the RTB process, is based on an auction, as said Maxime. So advertisers receive the bid request from an SSP through the DSP and offer a certain price to have their ad displayed to you on your Duolingo app. The one who do the highest bid wins the right to display its content. But how advertisers know how to bid? Basically, they will look at SSP metadata about you shared in a bid request. And then they will do their own search. So they will look if they know you, for instance. First, the advertiser for that will look at its own database to see if it has already seen your device and if it can connect this device with a specific ID related to an email address, for instance. This step is very important because it will enable the advertiser to relate your ID with other devices and get information from those devices and do cross-device search to get even more info about you and your interest. Then the advertisers will evaluate if you match the criteria for its targeted marketing campaign. So, and know if it will bid at a high price to display its content to you. For that, it can use additional data from Data Marketplace and data brokers like Nielsen and Experian. These companies collect a lot of data to make very precise profiles about users, like he works in this sector, like the aerospace, for instance. His revenue is more or less than that. He looks for a trip, he has cancer, all of this data. Then, when the advertisers add enough info about you, it will submit this bid to the SSP. And the one who do the highest bid will be selected by the SSP, and the DSP where is connected this advertisers will then display the ad. So, okay, to sum up, you just open your Duolingo app, and in less than 100 milliseconds, you see an ad for tickets for Air Canada. But what you don't see is that your metadata, enriched with data related to your MAID and your other devices, were shared with between 200 to 500 bidders who are basically third parties ready to buy your attention and display their marketing content to you. That's exactly this massive data leakage that is exploited, and this full process engaging various third parties that is used to produce intelligence and especially to conduct audits. So now Maxime will present you the various purposes for which audit can be used.
yes, now that we have defined and see how does the RTB works, let's talk about what is used for. So the first reported case of add-in can be traced back to 2015, 2016. Back in this time, some surveillance companies started to harvest and correlate data abusing this RTB, this real-time bidding process. They realized how valuable this correlation can be into profiling and geolocate group of individuals linked by the same behavior data. For example, intelligence employee in the same geolocation of their workplace. And then this company included an extension of the abuse of this AgTech mechanism to be able to sell near real-time geolocation of a specific target based on their MIID.
And then last, around 2020s, some private spyware companies realized it was technically possible to inject through the ad content an exploit to further install spyware without the user consent. And then they realized they were able to use the AgTech mechanism into kind of a zero-click intrusion vector. And that brings us to establish a kind of categorization of different use of add-ins. What we call passive add-ins is the possibility to do profiling and to geolocate a group of individuals. What we call active add-ins is using an already matched MID to follow through this ad data an individual in near real time. And last, what we call offensive add-ins is the exploitation of software vulnerability through the ad content to infect a device with a spyware. So passive add-ins, as I say, best understood as large-scale collection and correlation of metadata emitted during RTB auction. And this, Colin explained it, the data is collected even when the announcer, the publisher, does not actually win the auction. And those metadata is supposed to be anonymized. There is no name, but they are related to your MAID. And this MAID can be correlated over time. You can find home location, you can find workplace, you can find daily routine or travel patterns, and whose device regularly appears nearest to you. Here's an example of geolocalization of mobile phone via advertising data in various sensitive locations in France. This illustration was made by the French newspaper Le Monde. We can see like this pattern of location from people working together in the French presidency, for example, working in a military base or like in a very sensitive military industry. And from there, it's very easy to profile some employee.
To conduct intelligence on a specific person. When I talk also about behavior data, it goes
further than just location. The advertising industry uses a standard classification system. It's called the AIB content taxonomy, and it categorizes users' interest into very granular details. For example, we're not talking about just tech enthusiasts, but we're talking about code especially made for defense industry or like aerospace and defense, or even like space technology employees or related person. That means that you can use
like passive add-in not only to profile like some individuals, but also to identify and to profile entire professional communities, for example. Active add-ins, it shifts from just a passive collection into like targeted bid from the demand side. For the condition here is a non-target. So you already know the individual you want to follow, you already know their MID, because you use it some passive add-in technology to gather the information, or because you are intelligence units and you get this information through other means, for example. And from there, an operator can configure like on the demand side platform, so on the advertiser platform, a very highly specific offer that include this MID and some geofenced location. So instead of collecting everything and searching later, the operator restrains the selector so that the system surfaces the target's presence as the device generates an ad opportunities at specific time or at specific location. So every time that bidding offer match the requested bid, it gives a signal. Such as the device is present here now, or the device appear near to this perimeter during this window. And that output can be leveraged into surveillance, event monitoring, or routine validation without any need to actually deliver the advertising content.
And so now let's see the last category, which is offensive add-ins. So you may have heard about NSO Group, so this Israeli company which developed and operates the spyware Pegasus. Pegasus is a very sophisticated tool, as it can perform zero-click intrusion, so it means it can compromise the target without any action from it. To do zero-click, Pegasus notably abused vulnerabilities in WhatsApp, and when it was discovered, WhatsApp sued NSO and won the case in 2025. What was interesting in this example is that the court in 2025 ordered NSO to stop targeting WhatsApp users and so to stop exploiting vulnerabilities in WhatsApp. This kind of case law demonstrates an interesting point, which is that it's very critical for surveillance vendors to detain several infection vectors. That's essential because if they want to ensure the sustainability of their business and continue their activity, they have to anticipate this kind of event with the court, for instance, also the update of app and stuff like that. That's how we came to offensive add-ins. Indeed, these surveillance vendors found that in addition to geofencing, attack mechanism could also be used for infection. Amnesty International notably documented this. They had access to internal documentation of Intelexa, a consortium of surveillance vendors present in Europe, especially. And they show that various infection vectors were used to deliver the spyware Predator, which is the famous spyware of Intelexa. It shows that Intelexa used two types of vector, so tactical ones, which require physical proximity with the target, and strategic ones, which enable remote compromise. Among these strategic vectors is Aladdin. This one is supposed to leverage attack mechanism to perform zero-click intrusion. But how does this work exactly? So you remember the graph that I showed at the beginning of the presentation about the real-time bidding process? So in the case of Intelexa, they abuse this, the RTB. They created a malicious ad and displayed it to the target using this mechanism. It seems very basic, but it encapsulates some challenges in practice. First, the first challenge is that you have to identify the target to deliver the ad to the right person. For that, Intelexa did not use the MAID of the person, but rather its IP address, probably by collaborating with an internet service provider. The second challenge is that you need to be part of the ecosystem of actors that are engaged in the real-time bidding process. So in that case, recorded footage showed that Intelexa Global Corporate Web, notably including two advertising companies, which are Pulse Advertise and Morningside TEC. What is interesting is that Pulse had notably a supply-side platform, an SSP, which may have been leveraged to enter the LTB process and deliver the malicious ad. And the last challenge is that you need to win the auction. But as Intelexa is selling its product Predator around $8 million, according to leaked document in 2022, it's very likely that they had enough resources to bid and win the auction. So I talked a lot about Intelexa to show you this example, but it's not the only commercial surveillance vendor that leverage add-in for offensive operations. The Israeli company Insanet was also documented operating Sherlock, which is an intrusion vector based on ad tech. It was exposed in 2023 by Aert, and Insanet was also identified 2 years later after this article by Recorded Future as collaborating with Candiru, so which is another commercial surveillance vendor, to bundle Sherlock with Candiru spyware Devilstongue. So to sum up on this slide, we're talking a lot about zero-click infection when we are speaking about spyware, because these infections vectors are the hardest to detect and also the most sophisticated ones. In their research to alternative intrusion vectors, commercial surveillance vendors notably are looking for alternative intrusions of that level, and that's why they discovered the attack mechanism and started to invest in that for intrusion purposes. So this type of vector will not replace other vectors like operating system-based and app-based ones, but they are part of the threat landscape today, and even if they are restricted to to vendors that already have enough resources, they are interested to study. So now that you get a more precise picture of the various purposes of using ATEC for surveillance, we wanted to conclude by highlighting some key issues regarding the capacity of surveillance vendors to take advantage of advertising for intelligence. There are a lot to talk about, but with Maxime, we wanted to focus on some main aspects before concluding. First, a main fact, according to me, which is the complexity of the advertising ecosystem, which makes it very difficult to monitor and to control the use of data, which is exploited by surveillance vendor. So if you look at this, for instance, how I am as a user, am I supposed to understand what are these categories, the GAG, GID, and stuff like that, and to know really how my data will be used by this cookie? That's a very simple example, but I wanted to highlight the point that technically, there is no real solution to limit the way a third party will use your data once it's shared. And that's the problem that allow data harvesting and also the transfer of data to foreign entities. How does this work exactly? That's first, if you take at the level of the SDK, as we talked about this before. So SDKs are playing the role of the agent of the supply-side platform in this ORTB process. So they are used to connect publishers and advertisers. And when you grant permission to the app to access your GPS location, for instance, all the third-party SDK of the app will also have this permission to use your GPS location if you don't ask the app to restrict this part. So today, this mechanism is especially exploited by data brokers that develop software development kits, or SDKs, and sell them to app developers to benefit from this and access your data and make profilings and stuff like that. Another aspect is that due to the variety of legal frameworks, which are based on different principles, users don't have the same level of protection around the world, and vendors do not always comply with these complicated norms. For instance, with the RGPD in the EU, that's the opt-in principle that is used. So it means that by default, data collection is prevented until the user gives his consent. But in other parts of the world, like in Canada, for instance, it's more like the opt-out principle that it's applied, which means that by default, a lot of things are allowed, but the users have to specify when you want his data not to be used. So a last element that I wanted to highlight is the fact that data collected through AdTech mechanism and crossed to make very precise profiles about you are just protected by MAID, Mobile Advertiser Identifier. This MAID, in fact, can be associated with your email address, with your first and last name, with a phone number, with a physical address. What I want to say about that is that it's not very difficult to de-anonymize an MAID when you have large data sets. This problem is that this data collected through AdTech can be considered as commercial data and not as personally identifiable information. So they don't have the same level of protection regarding the law. This gray area was notably exploited by the FBI, the Customs and Borders Protection, the IC, when we are taking the American example, to purchase data sets to data brokers and perform surveillance operations. So, okay, now you had some insights about issues that are important to know, according to me, when we're talking about ADINT. And hopefully, thanks to security research teams, journalists, NGOs, this topic is more and more on the table and documented. And with Maxime, we really hope that this presentation participated in this effort of sensibilization about adding techniques. And in any case, we remain at your disposal if you have any questions, and thank you for your attention. C'est vrai? Oui. Il y a pas mal de...
All right, Maxime, Colin, thank you for the interesting and scary presentation. Do we have questions for our presenters? Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, I'm not sure I understood the interest of like the active portion of ad-int. Since like passive, you get the information, active, you also get the information, but I'm not sure what information you get more in active.
Je vais répondre en français, c'est plus facile pour moi. L'active targeting, c'est en fait, tu te mets du côté du publisher, de la personne qui doit censée te faire la publicité, et tu vas spécifiquement faire une offre qui va matcher par avance. Tu sais que ça va matcher par avance et tu vas mettre une condition en disant à chaque fois qu'il y a une publicité qui va se faire dans ce périmètre géographique avec ce MID, etc., je veux avoir une alerte. Et comme tu es hyper restrictif sur les conditions, en fait, à chaque fois, tu vas avoir une alerte en disant bah voilà, il y a une opportunité de balancer une publicité, etc. Et en fait, tu utilises ça, tu le mets dans un logiciel plus global, etc. Et ça te fait un output de plus pour faire une forme de suivi de géolocalisation en pseudo-temps réel.
Et cette information-là, tu ne l'as pas simplement avec le passif?
En gros, la principale différence, c'est que le passif, ça va te permettre de faire un peu du focus sur des groupes de personnes, sur des lieux un peu plus larges, etc. L'actif, tu vas vraiment être sur du ciblage d'individus pour la suivi de géoloc et d'identifier des places clés de cet individu. Et donc, tu vas plutôt être intéressé à suivre cet individu et les différents endroits clés où il se déroule, enfin où il se déplace, par exemple, sa maison, son travail, etc. Alors que dans le passif, tu vas plutôt être là en disant bon, bah, je veux regarder un peu des employés clés à l'Élysée parce que je veux mener des opérations dans cet endroit-là. Donc, je vais regarder un peu vers l'Élysée tout ce qui se passe, tout ce qui se connecte régulièrement et récupérer un pool de data sur ces personnes-là qui ont l'air de se rendre régulièrement à l'Élysée. Donc, c'est un peu le process qui est différent derrière. Mais sinon, après, au niveau des techniques, c'est juste que c'est un cible plus précis au niveau de l'active que le passif.
I'm kind of curious, how do you get involved in the RTB process? If I was evil, can I just go and like say, hey, I'm an advertiser. Can I get all of your data, please?
Can I answer in French?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, thanks. Alors, il faut être enregistré, par exemple, sur une demand-side platform, un DSP, pour pouvoir entrer dans ce process-là, par exemple, quand on a un data broker. Et donc là, c'est vraiment des process d'enregistrement qui peuvent être plus ou moins restrictifs selon le DSP. En fait, chaque plateforme peut faire son screening et peut être plus ou moins restrictive. Et c'est vrai que comme maintenant, tout ce qui va être l'écosystème des data brokers, le marché autour des data brokers, c'est plus connu. Il y a eu des excès qui ont aussi été mis en avant, donc c'est plus restrictif. Mais ça reste quand même assez ouvert pour pouvoir s'enregistrer. Et aussi, il faut pouvoir payer. Donc une fois que tu peux payer, tu peux aussi t'enregistrer. Mais quelque chose que j'ai pas dit, par exemple, c'est on pourrait se demander, cet écosystème, il doit être conscient qu'il y a du malvertising qui est fait, il y a de l'exploitation du contenu directement, des ads qui est exploité pour des fins malveillantes. Il y a des entreprises aujourd'hui qui sont spécialisées dans la sécurité des publicités. Mais malgré tout, il y a des techniques qui sont utilisées, par exemple, pour faire du screening de publicité. La publicité, elle est déjà ouverte dans une forme de sandbox pour voir s'il y a des comportements malveillants ou autres. Et il y a des pubs aujourd'hui malveillantes qui arrivent à se déclencher d'une certaine manière quand elles voient qu'elles sont dans un environnement type sandbox, et qui par contre, quand elles sont délivrées à un vrai user, elles vont avoir un behavior qui est différent. Donc, voilà.
C'est un peu tangentiel à ce qui vient d'être demandé, mais en termes de contre-mesures pour l'individu, est-ce que je peux resetter mon MAID ou ce genre de choses-là? Est-ce qu'un bloqueur de publicité, c'est suffisant? Avez-vous exploré un peu cet aspect-là?
Oui, c'est un peu les mesures d'hygiène de sécurité informatique classique. On peut soit des fois reset régulièrement son MAID, on peut dans certains cas je crois le changer par certaines applications. On peut évidemment refuser toutes les demandes de géolocalisation d'applications qui ne sont pas legit, ou on peut juste aussi limiter en disant tiens, j'ouvre mon application de météo, mais c'est uniquement au moment où elle est ouverte que je vais avoir ça. Et avec ça, déjà, on peut réduire un peu une partie de la donnée. Mais sinon, est-ce qu'on peut complètement couper le captage de données publicitaires? Non, c'est pas possible aujourd'hui en tant qu'utilisateur.
Bonjour, merci pour la présentation. Et du coup, effectivement, en fait, on peut sur les Android, on peut supprimer le MAID définitivement. Je viens de regarder, du coup, c'était la présentation. Si j'ai bien compris, vous avez dit que les autorisations qu'on donne à une application donnent les mêmes autorisations aux publicités qui sont dans les applications?
Sur le SDK?
Oui.
Ouais. Alors justement, il y a des choses qui ont été mises en place par... alors, peut-être Android, vous connaîtrez mieux que moi, mais par Apple, par exemple, pour réduire justement ces permissions qui sont directement données à des parties tiers. C'est quelque chose qui sont fait aujourd'hui par directement les Apple, sûrement Android, si vous avez des éléments sur ça, preneuse. Mais disons que du côté utilisateur, c'est difficile aujourd'hui d'avoir vraiment accès à ce niveau-là de permission quand on télécharge une application sur smartphone.
Ok.
Excellent. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Bonne fin de journée.
Test. Whee!
Nice.
All right. So yeah, I'll be quick. Introducing the local legend hardware hacker, Adrien, to moderate the hardware section of the conference. Hi everyone. How are you doing today? Good? First day on NorthSec? Nice. So I'm very happy to be here and present the next speaker. He's the founder of Penterts. That's easy to say. A French company specializing in wireless and hardware security, with over 15 years of experience in telecom security. He's a well-known researcher and the creator of several open source security tools. I'm very happy to introduce him today because actually he was my teacher 5 years ago in a master's degree, so that's very funny. In his talk, Hacking 5G, from radio security to the APIs, he will walk us through real attack across every layers of 5G networks. So please give a round of applause for Sébastien Dudek.
Thank you very much. So, welcome for this presentation. We'll talk about 5G, from radio to security to the APIs. I mean, for some of the people, some people probably just like look at how security in mobile stuff generally works. It's true that, I mean, through all these years, it evolved a lot, and I will probably just like reassure you because, I mean, it changed the way that even now, web pen tester can actually also now assess the 5G core network at least. So you will see that, I mean, with 5G, we went to so much a move to, some API instead of, SCTP packet extra. That today, I mean, it's much more affordable and it's much more accessible to hack 5G stuff today. And this is something that I want to share with you. So we'll actually talk about how to hack 5G from the radio. So you will actually, I will show you the way, I mean, my technique, my tools that I'm using globally. I will not go too much in details, but if you have questions about things in details, I can also, we can also talk after the talk. But I would give you like some, main stuff to look at. So, you already like, I'm Dudek Sebastian from Penterts. I'm the CEO of Penterts. It's been like, I never increased this number because I don't like to feel old. But I have like much more 10 years than experience in security research, pen tests, red team tests. And I created like pen tests to mix all the experiences I had in many companies in order to make my own, very focused on hardware and radio. We do like many activities like security assessment, trainings. And by the way, we also did like a training yesterday and also, I mean, at the beginning of this week, around SDR, how to hack stuff with software-defined radio. So yeah, I mean, if you are interested about that, what is it? I mean, if you're interested about our main activity, you can also ask us a question. I don't want to bother you about that because I'm not here to sell you anything. Why I'm taking the 5G subject? Because it is actually now, I mean, a lot of things are actually drifting to 5G. And you know that even cars, for example, today are using the mobile network in order, for example, to send some, let's say, some activities. For example, it will notify the user if the car, for example, has opened. You can also use, for example, the application, any application, in order to control your car, like, I mean, control some stuff of your car, some part of your car, like how much you want me to make, I mean, how much you want to hit, I mean, to run the heat, or if you want to open the car, you can also open it using the application, which is actually crazy because, I mean, everything is actually using the mobile network. And here, for example, I was also in a French TV show, I mean, the French TV news, showing, for example, how to hack, for example, like 4 cars in a row using the mobile network. I mean, I was actually using the endpoint that I could discover thanks to the mobile network activities. So, yeah, before I dive into the 5G, let's maybe do like a very short introduction about the evolution. So, mobile network evolved like a lot during these years. You probably remember like some of the people were probably not born yet, but I was. There was like the one generation mobile phone that actually looked like as follows. So that was like a very simple analogic phone without any security, very limited in terms of bands. So it was like, I mean, crazy at the time because you could, just with like something that you could hold. I mean, yeah, of course, the phone looks very big in your bag, but it was actually mobile. So, I mean, it was like for us a revolution. But yeah, I mean, then you got 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. I mean, many things changes, not only the radio, because also during all these years or during all the evolution, we also introduced a lot of security mechanism. And so, yeah, not only the radio changed, but also the core network. So the core network changed that way where in 2G, you had like a special base station that was connected, that could connect people to the network. So you were connected to MSC. The MSC was actually then connected to the PSTN that today we are not using anymore, I mean, practically. Probably people in farms and so on, but people who now have an internet connection do not use, I mean, the classical telephone now. Now in 5G, normally, depending on the country, you may probably find a 5G that looks like that. I mean, it would be like 5G NSA. NSA doesn't mean what you expect. I mean, if you don't know it, it's just 5G non-standalone. So that means that you're still using the 4G core network to communicate. So at the end, the security is the same between 5G and 4G. But yeah, it's not NSA super secure. But if you have the chance to have the 5G SA, now in 5G SA, they introduce much more security features and even in the core network. So everything changed. Also, you can use what's called the core network is actually much more flexible because here we are, for each functions, we can instantiate a virtual computer in order to perform a function. So that means that, for example, with the concept of the software-defined network, you can, for example, let's say in France, for example, we had the Olympic, and with the Olympic, we had like our current resource as operator, but the operator can then rent some other resources from Amazon and so on in order to instantiate some servers in order to get the whole charge. I mean, for example, if you want to hold all the users that will come for the Olympics, you will be able to do so very flexibly, much more flexibly with 5G SA. So we have in 5G something called like the service-based architecture, and here each function here, because I mean everything is split in different functions. Each function can run on the same computer as well as other computer. And what is actually interesting is that each function actually can be interesting because they are used, for example, to store data, sensitive data of users. Some of the functions are here just to route, for example, the user somewhere else. I mean, each function has a reason to exist. And also, it's interesting as an attacker because this function can be reached with API, REST API. So that means that if you are good in web stuff journey with Bubsuit, as soon as you have a foot inside the core network, and you can have a foot inside the core network, for example, if you, let's say, find like any exposed node somewhere, for example, you can use Showdown and so on, you have a foot, and then you can pen test the APIs in order to, for example, you can probably just hack the UDM, which stores the data of the users. So like that, the keys, even though the keys normally should be also in a HSM, but for some stuff like private network, mostly the HSM does not exist. And even though the HSM sometimes also can nick the key depending on the API that you're using. 5G slice is also another concept that was provided to the 5G. So before 5G, we use, for example, the classical APN, access point name, that you probably also play with, for example, if you want to have data at some reasons. Maybe some of you have, a SIM card on which you need to use a special access point in order to get internet connection or to be connected to your corporate network. So we use APN in order. Actually, a lot of people are using APN as they are using VPN, but it's less secure because the only thing that you need to know is the name, is the address of the APN, and sometimes there's some static credentials, and that's it. So yeah, the VPN is not the most secure thing. So that's why also in 5G, we provided something called slice. So like that, we can also separate, so do like much more separation, isolation between network, sensitive network, and so on. But not only, you can also manage, for example, the quality, of service and so on, depending on each context. Like if you want to use that for mobile stuff, CV2X, massive IoT, and so on. So yeah, I was brief, but briefly, in terms of security, also you have this change. And in 2G, you have no mutual notification. So that means that, for example, any attacker can trap you inside the network, and then you can think that you are actually using the legitimate network, but not. Also, 5G, we use 5G, A51. Normally, we should use A53 mostly, but still, the networks are using the A51. So if you use A51, you can also break the conversation practically, protected today in real time. Also, for the signaling, there's like no message injection, tampering mechanism, security mechanism. You have also no data tampering, so mechanism, and that is actually completely invisible to the UI. You have also EMSI in clear, exactly the same as for 3G, 4G. So yeah, Jenny, if you look at this table, you will probably think that it's better to maybe use at least 3G in order to have mutual notification, so like that you are not fooled by the ROC cell, or you will go mostly like in 4G, 5G. 5G looks like much more secure in the paper, but that depends also on the implementation, because we have that in the paper in 3GPP, for example, you will see we use this security mechanism, so you will think that it is secure, but then comes the time of implementations in products like basebands and also the other, the cells that will implement this mechanism. Sometimes mechanisms are not well implemented, and this is actually the part that I will actually talk about. So how do we perform some 5G radio tests here? So Jenny, when I'm hired, for example, by an operator, or for example, if I want to access a private network, for example, in any insurance or a bank, I will actually just do the same test like that. So Jenny, what I'm doing is that first I'm trying to map. I like this actually, this schema, because it gives you like a wall. The world idea about all the vectors you can find. What is actually interesting also with this schema, that is coming from Open5GS, is that also with the network ports are actually standard, so you can actually use this schema to also try to find the interesting vectors you are interested in. So Jenny, I will actually try to assess it with different type of vectors in different ways, different side. So from the radio, and also I will also suppose that if I have a way to get a foot inside the core network, I will also attack the core network, or then I will ask maybe the company to also have a foot inside the core network, so I can continue to assess it if I don't have the time, for example. But yeah, there's like many ways there are many vectors, interesting vectors, and there's like not only just one or 2 points. And know that some, for example, ports that you will see there normally should be always isolated from they are not supposed to be exposed over the internet, because normally you should actually contact them through IPsec or any VPN or whatsoever. But sometimes for private network mostly, but also some operators, you can also find these ports exposed to the internet. So like that, if you look with Sensio, Sensio, Showdown, and so on, we'll probably just like see some interesting exposed node or exposed port like that. So when I want to test, for example, the GNB radio with a real modem, I will actually use a real modem in order to fingerprint, for example, what is going on. So I will, for example, use SCAT. SCAT is not what you think. It's like an open source tool that actually gives a lot of information on the DIAG interface, but it gives you, for example, the information, like, for example, are you using a real 5G, 5G SA, 5G NSA, etc. So I can actually have like something I can work with Wireshark, for example, to fingerprint what is going on with a modem. And so like that, I can also see, for example, how things are negotiated with this modem. So it allows me to fingerprint things, to also use, for example, to see how it is going on with the user plane integrity scheme. Is there like any SUKI misconfiguration? Is the SUKI, for example, that protects normally the IMSI, because the IMSI is something that you want sometimes to keep private, and sometimes, in 5G, they sell you the fact that if we can conceal your SUPI, which is your MSI, with the P element at the beginning, you can actually stay completely private. I mean, everything is private, even your MSI, and you suppose not to be tracked. You suppose not to be tracked. But if the SUPI is misconfigured on a 5G network, you can also see it with, a modem that you control. You can also look at a TAU, a registration request leakage, many things. But you cannot play with the cipher. So you cannot, for example, force the network to look at, for example, some orders of authentication, some very weak ciphers. This is something that you are actually locked with the modem, unless you can rewrite the firmware, the baseband firmware. So if you rewrite the firmware, you can access to it, but generally not. What I'm doing is I'm also using like a lot of SDR stuff. So with the SDR, I can actually make use of the implementation, like for example, an SSRAN with BladeRF. I'm also the maintainer of AeroSwift, which allows you to install a lot of tools in your computer in 4 minutes, like that. And so you can actually install like a 5G station, also 5G user equipment with software-defined radio in 4 minutes, like that. And I'm using it, for example, because I can control then the behavior of the baseband in a very low level. It's not very stable, but it allows me to control a lot of stuff. And so I can craft packet also with this one, because I can also modify for the packet that will go to the network. So this is actually very cool implementation. It's free also, it's open source. So yeah, this is one of the implementation I like, because you can run a fake base station, but also you can run a fake UE, so fake phone, cell phone. So for example, run it with a cell phone, you can configure, for example, the UE configuration, where you can set up the frequency on which you want to be stuck. And then you can use a PCAC reader with a legitimate SIM card, so like that you can be connected as a legitimate user, but using an SDR instead of a phone like this one. So what you can do generally is that you can force, for example, the fact that you're not supporting any integrity mechanism, any ciphering also things. And if the networks is actually accepting it, for example, it accepts you to the network, that smells bad. So that means that, for example, here we have a misconfiguration because we don't enforce the users to use integrity at least, and also encryption. So that's generally the thing that I said just earlier, like 5G is actually, is making you the feeling that it's much more secure, can be actually just an illusion sometimes. Because then, counts also the configuration counts a lot in this way. So yeah, but GNB are not only our target. Sometimes I have to access IoT devices using a mobile module. So for example, I will use different implementation. I can use also SSRAN, but I can also use 5G Go, etc., to look at some non-vulnerability, and also to extend it in order to see if there's like any crash on the baseband. And okay, you can also use for 5G Go and other project like SSRAN in order to downgrade also the phone from 5G to 4G, and to use another station to downgrade the phone from 4G to 2G. So like that, once you can stock a mobile phone to 2G, you can actually intercept what is going on, and you can also intercept some secrets or whatsoever. You can do the pen test. You can also look at the exposed services of the IT. So like that, you can maybe have like a shell or something you search, and then continue your pen test. So we do that for several devices, like AVC of the cars, and other things also. I had also like a nice story with IoT stuff. I had like an arm to pen test. It was like an arm that actually does like produce like some pizzas. Like you had like the pizza to do. So it was just an arm that needed to be to make your pizza. And this arm was actually connected to 5G, so you could actually control it to 5G. So that was a fun story, because I didn't have like my company was in my house before, and I had to actually just take this huge arm to my house. It was like my wife was not happy to see that. But yeah, crazy story. So yeah, you have also 5G, 5G new generation core network. Sorry, there's like a little typo in here. Sorry about that. I just typed that and didn't look at that. But yeah, 5G new generation core network, so NGC, pen test can be done when, for example, you have a foot inside the network. So I told you that, for example, I will probably just like spot if there's like any exposed node, or we try to even use a SIM card in order to see if there's like any isolation. And the isolation is actually super poor in a lot of private network that I have assessed. So generally assessing a core network, I mean, we have the feeling that it's not accessible, it's not an existence. It's true that, for example, if you want to assess it completely without any barrier, you will probably want to use, for example, an SS7 or diameter or whatsoever access, but you will have to pay a lot and to do like a lot of paper. But you can also do that in another way. Like, for example, we had like some very good opportunity before starting 2020 to also we won the CyberHack 5G in Finland. And another time we were third at the task. So we work on the 5G NSA and SA. And we could actually just see some different scenario where we had like no access, but just a SIM card. And that was actually fun because with just a SIM card, we could actually pen test the whole network. And so, for example, here, this is just a public things that I can talk about. But I mean, a lot of companies that use 5G for private network do the same mistake. They provide you like a SIM card, and then user equipment are not isolated to each other, and they are not isolated from the network itself. So that means that with a SIM card, sometimes you can just try to pivot to other networks, which is actually cool because then, I mean, you can find some nice assets. Like, for example, you can scan with the SIM card, you can scan some assets like this one. You can find, like, for example, some RAM disk and so on some servers. I mean, you can also find some servers. Yeah, this one I will not talk about, which company is it, but with the colors you will probably just guess. But you can find some RC also in some rare applications. So this is actually interesting because here we found like an RC on a product that is actually sold, and so that was kind of funny because thanks to this RC we could just pivot to other assets, and we could also have our foot inside the MME, which actually also handles all the users' data, keys, etc. So we could actually do like some funny stuff. So yeah, if you want to read further about that, I will not, I'm just telling you about what we did here. You can also look at that on Medium. If you want, for example, to assess from inside the network, for example, when you have a foot inside the network, there's like also some cool things to do. Before we got an access also to the internet network, here's another story. The other story was actually also funny because the people gave us an SSH access to do the pen test. But also I wanted to make the exercise a little bit differently. I just look with who is the whole range that was allocated for the IP I should be connected to through SSH. And then I could actually see a lot of things exposed. So, for example, some 5G C call component exposed, like also some web interface that allows you, for example, to add some new users to the core network. So, for example, you will, for example, generate some new key and also IMSI numbers. So, like that, then you can do that remotely like that. And the thing is that the web interface, some web interface like that can be exposed. And this web interface actually placed, I would just like go here, they're actually placed on the UPF. I mean, it's actually just like placed just, around the UPF. So once you have access to that, you can then, depending, if you have like an RC inside, you can actually have a foot directly to the core network and play with the network function. But you can also find some nice stuff. If you don't have RC, but you have like some, we had like some SQL injection vulnerability and so on. But through this interface, we could export the MSI KIA, and we could then use another expose port that allows us to then pretend that we are like a GNB, and we could have like a fake Finnish network in France. So that was actually kind of funny. We had also some keys of users, so we could also impersonate users. And yeah, what is actually interesting when you do like a pen test and when you have a foot inside the core network is actually pen testing the network functions. And functions actually, as I said, if you don't know anything about telecom today, I mean, it's not an issue because since 5G, if at least you have skills in web, I mean, you can actually do a lot of fun stuff. So why I'm telling you that? Because once you have like the foot inside the core network, you can also play with the API, REST API of each function. So then people who actually use, for example, Burp can, or Kado can actually have fun. And what is actually interesting also is that, you know, I mean, if you know me, and it's probably also you guys, we do IT journey because we don't like to work, so we automate a lot of things extra, and so like that you can, you know, go to the toilet and we can go have fun extra, drink something, and then pen test automatically. So I created also something that is an extension that does the work for you. So I can maybe just like demo that. I hope that the demo god will not kill me because I sacrificed like a lot of chickens. So normally, here is the the scenario where I have a foot inside the core network. So let's pretend that I'm inside the core network, and then once I'm inside the core network, what I need to actually fill, I can actually fill different addresses that I can access. I need at least this address to be known. So for the moment, it's just like a local IP, but yeah, doesn't matter. I mean, it's just for the demo, right? Just pretend that this is an IP that actually is exposed to the network I'm here. But yeah, once I have the IP address that has that holds the network function, that is the NRF, I can just try to do like discover NF extra, but I make also a button which is auto AUD, so like that I can go drink, I can go to the toilet, etc. So it will automatically try to discover all the function for myself. I don't have to actually play with the API because it does the rest for me, and it does not use cloud or whatsoever. So it's totally, tool that totally works automatically. So you don't have also to fire a lot of tokens to do that. So just to reassure you. And here, what is interesting is that this tool was able to discover like 10 functions. It could also discover more in a bigger, in a bigger situation. And what is also cool is that, it gives me like, for example, security issues. So I can also create my report if I want. I can also have like credentials, for example. So the keys used for each user. So I have like a user which has this IMSI, another user which has this IMSI. I see the K, the KI, so the master key, which is used to derive all the key for each session. I can also have the operator key, so another secret, which allows me to derive the session key secrets, and so on. So like that, in a few minutes, a few seconds, having a foot inside the core network, and if there's like if none of the features, function are authenticated, I can dump everything in a few seconds. And so like that, I can generate my report. I can ask now some LLM to generate the report, and then I have finished my work. And people paid me like for 4 days. It took me maybe just like 4 minutes, but yeah, it's but then I can do some research, right? So we can do research up. So we can do like much more automation. We can also have vulnerability in network stack. So this is actually very interesting because in networks journey, you will try a lot of stuff. So you are doing fuzzing. So you will probably just like try to do some impossible thing. Sometimes you will try to, as a UE, encapsulate a GTP layer inside a simple network packet. And that could actually work because some implementation does not remove the GTP layer, which actually does not belong to our context. And then it passes it over the network, and sometimes it crashes the network. So you can also crash not the entire network, but at least the UPF function. And then, denial of service also in telco costs a lot of money. So if you crash a service, hopefully, maybe Watchdog will try to reboot that as fast as possible. But if you do that like a lot and you lose a lot of access, the operator will also pay a lot of money for that. It will actually cost a lot of money. So it's problematic also, even having a boring crash that is not exactly a vulnerability. But there's also some other vulnerabilities that were also published. Lately, it's like difficult also to see the new vulnerability because it's also a very small, a very small niche. But yeah, there's like some vulnerability, like for example on Open5GS, where you could actually have an RC, but this RC, it could be also mitigated because it was like a simple buffer overflow that was mitigated. but you can find like some as this one that was a vulnerability on Open5GS, but this same vulnerability can also be in other solutions, because solutions sometimes take the open source and then rebrand it. So this is actually kind of funny. We saw that also in the past. We could also have like other problems, like for example, as a UE, we could also play with the TED. So we could also impersonate some users just by playing with the TED. I mean, there's like many things, things to try. So yeah, still a lot of work, but maybe when I will have time, I will automate like the whole fuzzing on the network side also. Other stuff that could be also interesting, because I mean 5G opened a lot of possibility now. I mean, what is actually funny is that in 5G they say, yeah, we remove all the vulnerability we had like in the old telco stuff, etc. What did you do? Yeah, we just replace everything by a REST API. Okay, so yeah, you patch everything, so that actually move the vulnerability to something else. But yeah, what is actually also funny is that in the telco area, we have something called Open RAN. I mean, it means like, Open RAN also is an open source project. I mean, the mean is to open the RAN. So, I mean, all the radio interface, I mean, for example, the cells are actually the RAN. And it's actually open the possibility, for example, for people who are not building, for example, the RAN, to actually make fit, a lot of solution. Because it opens a lot of interfaces that are standard. So before, when you buy like a cell, I mean, for example, cell and a gateway, etc., all these components had to be purchased by on the same customer. Today, you can mix the customer together, like gateways and so on, through a standard interface like that Open RAN impose. So it allows you, for example, to be much more flexible, because yeah, the main vendor, for example, were like Ericsson, Nokia, and others also. Like there's like not only this list, but I didn't want it also. I was lazy to put the whole list. But not so many vendors generally do like RAN, and so it's like a very tiny market. So if you want, for example, to sell solutions like something that will be connected to the RAN, I mean, you don't have like the choice, but to use, for example, some of the adapter, or to use the same brand. So yeah, it reduces the cost, for example, in interoperability, so things are much more interoperable, but also the Open RAN opens new vectors of attack. So, I mean, the mean of the Open RAN is to just split now the RAN to different components. It disaggregates everything, so you can use that in the same computer, but you can also use different computer with different function. And generally, if you split everything, you will have one little computer that will actually handle the radio, another and that will be connected to the cable or to something very faster than that, to another computer that will do the processing of all the IQ data and so on, and then that will process the whole packet. So yeah, I mean, it gives much more opportunity for manufacturer to work on some specific function and to have some business around the RAN today. And yeah, as I said, I mean, as we have like a split, a disaggregated architecture, that means that we have also much more interface to work with, because before we had like an entire RAN with one interface or two interface. Now we have something that can be split and has like many interface like UT, E1, O2, etc. I mean, many interface that can be accessible to an attacker and even externally, and we can play with. Even though, for example, if you look at the Open RAN project, you can see that this Open RAN project is based on Kubernetes. So if you know a bit about Kubernetes and the Kubernetes is misconfigured, you can also find some nice things in here. For example, still you can, for example, look at the version that is quite open. You can also look at the health. You can also look at the pods. For example, if you don't need to be authenticated to look at the pods, then you can do like some nice stuff. So for example, you can actually just like use this access to, let's say, export a pod or even interact with the pod. So for example, if you have, if the access to the pods are unauthenticated, if you can do that, for example, you can list the pod running, and you can also get an access to the pod. And so, for example, you can deploy, a backdoor inside your pod, and then try to pivot into the network. So yeah, this is actually the step like that. You have different things also over the interface like ATDC and etc. This is actually proper to Kubernetes, so I don't want to bother you about that. But know that everything you know about Kubernetes can also be applied now on Open RAN when it is used. What actually is also interesting as an opportunity is also the XApp. XApp allows you, for example, it allows to people running an Open RAN, for example, implementation to create application that will do some checks, that will perform like a task. And as a malicious user or an attacker, you can also, if you have access to this interface, you can play with the chart museum and provide your own application. So you can, for example, use the tools that are provided by Open RAN in order to look at, to do like some fingerprints. And then you can look at the examples that they provide, like Python example. So you can program like a backdoor in Python, Rust, Go. So it's kind of fun. And then once you want to deploy that, for example, you can just like put your little shell inside, a little function called the request handler. Like that, we create like something called like a health check handler, and we want to just like put it on the chart museum. Once we put it on the chat museum, we wait until someone just make an action like try to update the X apps, and then you can have an access. Some of those tools that can be also interesting, and that's actually I will finish with this one because that provides you another occasion to hack some telco stuff, but. I told you that, yeah, of course, having access, having food can be also sometimes painful, so you have to see like some exposed node, etc. So it can be like, sometimes much more complicated, but we'll see, and this is not exactly well deployed today, but this is a huge project that is actually, that is actually deploying everywhere. It's called Camera Project. Camera Project is a project by the Linux Foundation. That's actually, it can be interesting. It was actually was created in order for other parties, like for example, banks, insurance, and other business to have access to some API that allow them, for example, to access at some part, some function of the core network. And so, Jenny, Jenny, it's like an API access that has a lot of capabilities. So Jenny, it's using the GSMA Open Gateway and plus Linux Foundation implementation. And Jenny, if you want to join, for example, this kind of initiative, it's kind of complicated because you have to pay also a lot of money, of course. But you can also ask, for example, to Telefonica or some provider to have access to it. And you can do like many things, like for example, device location, SIM swap, checking, QoS. You can also modify the QoS. You can also do like network slicing. You can forward users. Depending on what actually the provider gives you, you can do some actions, some interesting actions. So yeah, there's like many capabilities that you can also find with Camera. And the thing that you have, Jenny, for example, if you ask an access as a developer, you can have an access, a token as a developer. And since you have this access as a developer, you can mess with it depending also on the implementation, depending on the provider of the access. But yeah, you can start as a developer like that, and then you see, all the stacks actually will go through network function of a real 5G operator. So you have at some point control of some network function through a high-level API. And how you can actually just, for example, this is actually an example of the API. So for example, if you want to see if a phone number is around a special location, so just, for example, you ask to the API, okay, this is a phone number, this is the latitude, longitude, I want also to have the accuracy 10, 20, 30, whatsoever. I want to know if the user is in a special localization. I can actually do that through this API, for example, so you can track someone also. And you have different possible action, like device location, as I said, SIM swap check, number verification, device status, but also others, like quality on the norm, so you can degrade also the competitors' target UE, for example, quality. You can force, for example, a UE to slice to another slice, for example, so to another network. You can also do carrier billing, so you can do like some fraudulent charges and call forwarding and so on. So this is actually an API that, Jenny, having access to the core network can be tough, but if banks and so on have access to an API like that, and other services, business to business services, this is an extra access you can also have. So how to have access to that? You can ask as a developer to Telefonica and other providers. Each provider will have some API, some limited API or full API, that depends. So you have to choose wisely also. And if you don't have such an access, you can also look at some external pen test possibility, like for example, you can enumerate exposed camera endpoints and so on, identify the API. Do some information gathering first, and then try to see if you can find some nice cookie to it and access to some core network functions. So the conclusion is that, at the end, as we saw, 5G is not inherently secure in the radio security layer. Everything depends on the implementation of the baseband, etc. Today, 5G core networks use API REST, which is a nice opportunity for people doing web stuff. So if you know burp, it's not a skill to lose. It's a skill to find also in this area. Open RAN also open a lot of possibility because you have much more vector to attack, not only now the API REST for the core network, but also the RAN directly. And camera is something that is not yet super well developed, but it becomes to be much more interesting, and we'll see in the future where it will go. But yeah, it's I think it will be interesting to see what people will find around this thing. And depending on how you will have access to it. But yeah, as you saw, a full chain attack can actually be done with open source tools, so you don't need to buy like special equipment and so on. Just to give you like an idea, a budget journey to attack 5G network today is minimum you can use like a €1,000 budget, for example, with the Blade RF, for example, with the radio, and then you need a connection, network connection, find some exposed node extra. Now you know, you have an idea of the chain. So thank you very much for attending this presentation. If you have any questions, or if you want I don't know, because I have like many tools also that I've brought also here. But if you want some demos with radio, and so I can also maybe give a demo. If you have questions also after, we can maybe take a drink and also talk about for example, your problems or questions around this area or radio area. Yeah, that's it. So thank you very much, guys, and see you later. See you maybe later. Hop. Hop. J'ai pas. C'est où? Top.
Test. Don't forget to put your phone into airplane mode, please. Test. Ça marche? Nice. Test.
Test, test. Oh, yep, ça marche.
C'est bon? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So the next speaker is a senior penetration tester and offensive security R&D lead at Bell's Canada steer team. In his talk, Stolen Laptops Defeating DMA Countermeasure, he will show how attackers can bypass modern Windows 11 protection against stolen laptops. So, of course, any unsupervised laptop will be used for the final demonstration. Please join me in welcoming Pierre-Nicolas.
Thank you. All right. Hello, NorthSec. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to wait for this to demonstrate the slides, and then we're going to jump right in. So get ready, because it's going to be very fast today. I only have a 30-minute time. I commence mal.
On peut meubler en attendant.
Ouais. Je suis branché. Fake news. Bon.
It's always a DNS issue.
On peut utiliser lui. It's
Non, c'est que c'est une fois en haut aussi. Arrête la communication. C'est en haut ici. Ouais, t'as rebooté ça là? Ok, puis ça a-tu marché? Là, fais un duplicate.
Oh, yes. Woo! Okay. We're going to go back to the beginning and start a little stopwatch. All right, welcome to my talk, Defeating Direct Memory Access Countermeasures in 2026. My name is Pierre-Nicolas Allard-Coutu. I'm a senior penetration tester at Bell Canada, and I do lots of things, malware development, internal pen tests, red teams, and of course, physical pen testing. I have 2 cats, GitHub, and LinkedIn, and that's all we're gonna hear about me. Let's go to our scenario, stolen laptop scenarios, okay? There is a security platitude that I'm sure everyone hears, and I'm kind of tired of hearing it. It's that if an attacker has physical access, it's over. I want to dispel some of the myths surrounding this, okay? So BitLocker is the standard in 2026. It's ubiquitous in Windows enterprise environments, and so you're always going to be facing that as an attacker. Now, there's no problem with BitLocker's AES 128 or 256. We are not attacking that in this talk. What we're interested in is what the key protector is configured to use for BitLocker implementations. So there's a few different ones. There's password, TPM plus PIN, and the one that we are going to attack is TPM only. When we're using TPM only, it means you power on the computer, it boots, and it goes right to a Windows logon screen. There's no BitLocker prompt for a separate password. Now that gives us an opportunity as an attacker to interact with the memory after the TPM has performed the decryption and sometimes before Windows loads or once Windows has loaded. So that is the most common implementation in 2026 for most organizations, and luckily we have some ways to pwn it. So we're going to attack that with something called a DMA attack, or a direct memory access attack. Direct memory access is when a peripheral device wants to read and write to system memory without passing through the CPU in the traditional sense. We do this because peripheral devices are very high performance. You've got GPUs, WAN cards, SSDs, all of that using PCI Express these days, because you end up introducing a bottleneck in the communication between the device, which is very fast, and reading and writing to system memory. So we use DMA to get around this and improve performance. We use a technology called PCI Express in order to do direct memory access. So PCI Express is Peripheral Component Interconnect Express. It's a high-speed serial expansion bus network that basically the peripheral device will get an ID on the PCI Express network, and then it can issue these packets, which are called TLPs, or transaction layer packets. There's many different types, but the ones we're interested in mostly are memory read requests, write requests, and completion with data, which is basically a response to a read request. Here is an example of a TLP. So it's not very scary. It's actually quite small. There's 3 D words. The first 2 are just describing the packet itself and a couple of characteristics there, including a flag, which you can think of as a TCP sequence number. It's like something that can be used to match the response to the request. And then the last part is the destination that we want to read from. We've also got the read response. So this is a completion with data. This is just a little bit longer. It's got 4 D words, and the last one is going to be the actual data that we wanted to read in the previous request. Finally, we have memory write requests, where the last 2 D words are where we want to write to and what we want to write. So this this is the fundamental communication unit of PCI Express, and we're going to use this a lot in this talk. So the idea behind a DMA attack is to leverage that to read and write to system memory in malicious ways. And we can read and write to the kernel, insert code into the kernel, do all sorts of things. We basically instant win if we can do this without any sort of countermeasures present. In order to do it, we need to connect to a PCI Express port. These are the types of ports you'll find on a workstation or a server, and these are the types of ports you'll find on a laptop. They're called M.2 ports, and it's just a different PCI Express form factor. There's many flavors, but they're all intercompatible, and so if there's one of these, you're good to go. In a stolen laptop scenario, you're expected to open up the chassis, so you will be either finding a free port or claiming one by disconnecting something that you don't need, like a Wi-Fi card or an extra SSD, and then using the port that you have revealed. We connect to the port with a device called a screamer board, or a field programmable gate array. This is essentially a fancy calculator that is good at parallel processing large volumes of data. You're going to MacGyver something together in a sort of setup like this to get the connection to work with whatever form factor you have available, and you're going to go to town. Now, the firmware that we're going to put on the board is called PCI Leech. This is the de facto industry standard for DMA exploitation and research. It was created by a researcher whose name is Ulf Frisk, and you can go get it. It's open source and freely available on GitHub. Once you have the firmware on the board, you're going to use the corresponding PCI Leech software on your attack computer to control the board while it's connected to the victim, and then you can do all sorts of interesting things. It comes out of the box with a bunch of capabilities like code execution, password removal, etc. Basically, we win if the computer that we're targeting boots. So in that case where I said most people are using TPM only these days, that gives us an auto-decrypting, auto-booting target, and that means we can instantly win without the presence of other countermeasures. Exploitation with PCI Leech comes in 2 steps. The first step, we're going to be implementing a kernel module. So we're reading memory and finding a specific place in the Windows kernel to write shellcode. And that shellcode is going to sit and listen for additional commands. And then we send it additional shellcode modules through PCI Express. Once it receives them, it executes them, and we can do what we want. Here we're listing processes, and here we're creating a process. So we create a new CMD. It runs as system. We redirect everything to our attack computer through PCI Express, and we have a shell on the victim. We can do what we want. We win. So it's literally that easy to pwn a computer if there are no additional countermeasures. I kept saying that, right? Let's talk about those countermeasures in 2026. So I like to split it into 3 logical layers. This is my own conception, so if you disagree, I mean, you can write to me. But anyway, there's the physical, firmware, and operating system layers of countermeasure. And don't worry too much about memorizing this graph, because we're going to reference it a lot during this talk. But basically, in the bottom right, you see the little legend there. We've got the dotted line, which represents a protection relationship, and the solid line, which represents a dependency or a requirement. So ultimately, we're going to want to attack different components of this to make our Windows 11 at the bottom there vulnerable. Let's go through each layer really quickly. So the operating system layer there are two flavors of countermeasure that we care about for DMA attacks. The first is virtualization-based security, which is pretty much everything that relies on Hyper-V. It's going to, for all intents and purposes, prevent our shellcode from working. Then there's kernel DMA protection, which also uses virtualization, but in a different way. This is going to prevent our arbitrary device from reading and writing to arbitrary memory. So it can't just do whatever it wants. It's limited to where it can write to. So the next layer is the firmware layer. There are, again, two flavors of countermeasure that we care about, the IOMMU and DMA protection. The IOMMU is the Input-Output Memory Management Unit. It is very similar to a regular memory management unit insofar as its purpose is to help dereference addresses, so we can learn the physical address of a virtual address using this table. Crucially, we can apply access control to the table, and we can decide which devices are allowed to do that. So we can limit who can actually successfully read and write to the kernel or other places in memory they're not supposed to. Different vendors have different implementations of this, but they all pretty much do the same thing. The most common one you're going to see is Intel, which is using Intel VTD, or Virtualization Technology for Directed I/O. And AMD's version is called AMD VI, or AMD IOMMU support. There's also DMA protection, which, although it sounds a lot like kernel DMA protection, is not the same thing. This is going to throw a fault if you perform a DMA attack. So it supplements kernel DMA protection by making the computer die or blue screen if you try to do an attack while it's running. Finally, we have the physical layer. There are two flavors of physical countermeasures we care about, UEFI or BIOS access control, so very simply having a password, and BitLocker plus TPM doing something called a measured boot. The UEFI password is pretty important because, like I mentioned, there's some critical security features which are configured in the firmware. So if you don't have something preventing an attacker with physical access from just going into UEFI and turning off the features that are preventing them from winning, then you're out of luck. So we apply access control to the entire UEFI by forcing an administrator password. Measured boot, or the TPM and BitLocker working together, this is something that the TPM can do using a validation profile. So it's going to use some of its platform configuration registers to store the state of various settings at any given time. And if they change from what was previously registered, like because you turned off DMA protection or VTD or something, it's going to prevent the TPM from releasing the decryption keys, and it will force you to use a BitLocker recovery key. This is going to basically stop our kill chain, so we need to avoid this as possible. So our global attack strategy is going to be the following with regards to all these here countermeasures. We're going to, 1, disable virtualization-based security. 2, disable pre-boot DMA protection. 3, we have to avoid triggering a measured boot while we do all this. Then we're going to disable kernel DMA protection. And finally, we're going to perform a DMA attack out of the box with PCI Leech as if it was 2012. So let's get right into it. I'm going to start with the easiest one. First, we want to disable virtualization-based security. To do this, we're going to reboot our target computer twice in a row, hard power off. This is going to enter the Windows recovery environment. You may recognize the diagnosing your PC spinner. It will give us this screen, which says automatic repair. We select advanced options, then we select troubleshoot, then we go to advanced options, then we choose the command prompt. At this point, because this is an encrypted drive, it's going to prompt us for a BitLocker recovery key, but we can skip the C drive and proceed to our command prompt, which runs in the recovery partition. Now, from here, we can use bcdedit to put the computer in safe mode. If we were to reboot the computer and check the result, like just as a proof of concept, we can see in MS-Info32 that virtualization-based security is enabled but not running. So this procedure, going into Windows recovery, using bcdedit, there's other ways to do it too. We can disable the hypervisor launch controls and stuff like this, but basically this disables virtualization-based security, and we are ready to proceed. Now for the next step, we're going to disable pre-boot DMA protection. To attack this, we need to start in understanding what firmware is, okay? So the firmware, or the UEFI, on your computer is running on a chip. The dedicated chip is called an EEPROM chip, or an electronically erasable programmable read-only memory, also known as an SPI flash or flash ROM chip. These guys are on your motherboard, and they look like this if you zoom in. They're typically in SOIC8 configuration, so they have 8 feet connected directly to the board. When your computer boots, it pulls data from this chip and throws it in memory and then does some stuff. Now, we can also pull data from that chip or write to it using dedicated hardware. So here, we're going to use a technique called in-situ programming, or ISP, where we interface directly with those little feet using pins or clips or probes or anything. We could use wires. If it conducts electricity, it's probably going to work. And we're going to use a device called a universal programmer. I've got an example here in the middle. Mine is a T48. I bought it for $100 on Amazon. This is not complicated hardware, okay? And as you see in the far left, there is, we're going to interact directly with the chip by putting those metal prongs at the appropriate positions on the feet. Couple pro tips here. If you don't find the EEPROM chip, it's probably because it's underneath the board. So you might have to remove the entire motherboard and flip it over. This is going to require a little bit more dexterity, but it's possible. Another pro tip, if you have helping hands, that's those like twisty arm things, it really helps a lot with your read-write stability. So it will hold the probes in place for long durations of time. Once we have like a good connection to the chip, we're going to pull the firmware off of it using open or closed source software. There's many free alternatives that are available on the internet. I use XG Pro for this presentation, but it really doesn't matter what you use. You pull the firmware from there and you do it multiple times, and then you take a checksum of all of your firmware dumps to make sure that they are the same. If they're not the same, you just keep pulling it until you have 3 that are the same. That means you have a dump that does not have any corruption. Now that we have the firmware dump, we can analyze it. We're going to use a program called UFI-Tool, which is open source and freely available on the internet. This is going to parse the firmware image and display structures for human consumption. So once we have that, we need to understand what we're doing. I like to break the firmware attack surface into 2 different sections. The first one is the EFI executables. These are embedded PE32s that are included in the firmware image. There's different kinds. There's PEI, DXC, system management mode, and like drivers and just straight up programs. Now, our methodology for this is going to be analysis. We can't modify them because there is a robust hardware root of trust system like Intel BootGuard, for example, which is going to prevent us from like introducing vulnerabilities to these drivers. But we can totally analyze and reverse engineer them to extract secrets or to understand the control flow and look for flaws. The other attack surface is NVRAM, or non-volatile random access memory. This is a structured key value store that persists across reboots. So it will store lots of important things like the boot order, secure boot keys, and various configuration data related to the features. This we can read and write to because it is by definition mutable. And we are going to do that in this talk. We'll see that we are then going to analyze the computer to understand the runtime impact of our modification. So we can extract NVRAM using UFI-Tool pretty easily. There's a subtype there that tells us, oh, this is the NVRAM, and we can just use the extract body feature to pull it out. But what do we do with it? See, now we hit a problem. NVRAM is mostly non-printable binary data. It is vendor-defined, largely undocumented, and often compressed or obfuscated. So as an example here, if you check on the right, this is what you see when you open NVRAM. I just open it up. I got a random key there. The key is called EA43BE5C. And the value is 0201. Now, I don't know about you, but I have no idea what that does. And I'm giving the talk, so yeah, a little bit of a problem. It's very difficult to figure out what these bits do. And that's the central challenge. We need to figure out what bit does what, and to do that, we need a starting point. So our starting point will be the following. We are going to perform a keyword search in the firmware dump for something of interest to us, and we're going to identify EFI programs that reference that Unicode string. In this case, I'm searching for DMA protection because I'm trying to defeat pre-boot DMA protection. So UFI-Tool will actually tell me all the locations that that string exists, and it references there at the bottom all the PE32s that reflect that string or include it. I'm going to save each one of these PE32s for further analysis. They are my EFI candidate programs. Why do I want to do that? Because the UFI infrastructure, the UFI standard describes something called human interface infrastructure. This is when an EFI program leverages a graphical interface, it's going to store related data in embedded HII packages. Those packages will essentially contain forms, radio buttons, validation conditions, help prompts, strings, and mapping for various UI settings exposed by a given EFI. And this is going to tell us, basically, if there's an intention to store non-volatile data, it's going to tell us the mapping. That's very interesting. So once again, for those at the back, yes. An EFI program is going to contain human interface infrastructure packages related to the settings it displays in the pre-boot UI. These are the 3 leading vendors. You've got Lenovo, HP, and Dell. All of them have in their UFI settings that we are interested in attacking. DMA protection, VTD, pre-boot DMA protection, and they're exposed in the UI. So the idea is there's going to be an EFI that has HII packages related to this. Now, HII is well documented, and we can actually reverse it, like we can decompile it, to obtain IFR data. This is internal form representation data. And using the string package, we can dereference the strings in the form package to get actual text. So it doesn't just say string 1, string 2, string 3. It actually tells us what those strings are. If we were to do that and look at the result, we get the decompiled IFR data here. You see a whole bunch of different prompts, right? Like various password controls, etc. And crucially, we get some characteristics that are following it. Those characteristics contain interesting values for us. The var store ID, the var offset, the size, the minimum, and the maximum. Now, we can dereference the var store ID that is in here. In this case, I see that whatever password control is actually at 0x3. Well, that doesn't mean anything, but with the IFR data, I can dereference it, and I can get the real GUID that is actually represented in NVRAM through this IFR data. I can also get the key name. For example, in this case, I see Lenovo Security Config is the name of the key in NVRAM that is related to this setting that is exposed by the EFI. So the methodology here is going to be, let's extract the firmware, we're going to detect and isolate NVRAM, we're going to extract EFI candidates from the firmware based on a keyword search, we're going to parse the EFIs for HII data, the string and form packages, we're going to dereference the strings, we're going to dereference the var store IDs, and then we're going to use the offsets from the IFR to find the real current values in NVRAM and profit. Well, why don't we automate this? I introduce NVRAM map. So this is a tool which performs all of these operations automatically. It has two running modes, okay? The first one is probably the most interesting. In mode 1, we're going to automatically map an EFI program settings to NVRAM key values. So as you can see here, we run it against our firmware dump. We give it the EFI that we detected earlier that was our candidate. And we give it a list of search terms that are comma separated. Here we're going to search for Intel and DMA. It's going to spit out all of the settings that are in those HII packages. In this case, we've got Intel TXT, kernel DMA protection, Intel virtualization technology, VTD, etc. So this is telling us, we're basically asking NVRAM map, show me what keys these settings control. Alternatively, we can run it in mode 2, which is the opposite. We're going to have it automatically map an NVRAM key to the EFI program settings. So here, it's going to show us what settings a key controls. So I can tell it, here's the GUID, here's the name of the key, and it's going to spit out all the settings that are related to that, where they are located, and what their current values are. This is a vendor-agnostic solution. It works against HP, it works against Dell, it works against Lenovo, it works against everything, okay? You can target arbitrary settings based on a keyword search, or you could just dump all the settings. So in our case, we're looking for pre-boot DMA protection. Well, there's our target right there. We found it. It's the second one. Pre-boot DMA protection is controlled by the variable store HP DMAR options at offset 3, and its current value is 2. NVRAM map supports direct modification of NVRAM. So you give it the tac modify option, and now you can go ahead and change things. Using the minimum and maximum values from the IFR, we can show the user a valid range of values that they can choose. So in this case, I see that the range is 0.1 to 0.2, so there's only 2 values it can be. It's currently on, and it's set to 2. So the logical conclusion is if I set it to 1, it's going to be off. Once I'm done, NVRAM map will automatically save a patched version of the firmware, which I can then use for my attacks. I can then flash the EEPROM chip with the modified firmware, and if I were to boot the computer and go into UEFI, I would see that I have bypassed the UEFI password, I have not triggered a measured boot, and I've actually succeeded in modifying the target setting, so pre-boot DMA protection is now off or set to Thunderbolt only. Let's see a little video demo and pray that the music plays. Oh yeah.
Work it, make it, do it, makes us
Thank you. So NVRAM map is available on my GitHub. The modifications you can do with this are obviously not limited to pre-boot DMA protection. However, whether it triggers a measured boot or not will depend on the vendor. So Lenovo, Dell, there you can just straight up turn off DMA protection. With HP, it's a bit better. You have to go and modify pre-boot DMA protection, which won't trigger. You can use your imagination here. It works against all vendors. I want to shout out to Craig Blackie at MDSec, who sent me some of his research against Dell that inspired this tool. He was actually doing a lot of this manually with IFR extractor, and it was like a Dell-specific attack. And when he sent it to me, I said, well, why don't we make a program which is like vendor agnostic and can work against any target? And yeah, so that's how this came to be. He's also a contributor on the project who has helped me debug some of the Dell stuff, and everyone should go check out his blog. He's awesome. So back to our graph. We can now use NVRAM map to patch NVRAM and disable pre-boot DMA protection, putting us in a position where we can continue. Now the objective will be to disable kernel DMA protection there at the bottom. So how do we do that? First, we need to verify that it's on. On Windows, you can go to Device Security, and you'll see Memory Access Protection. That means DMA protection, kernel DMA protection is enabled. You can also find it in MS Info 32. If you scroll all the way down, you'll see kernel DMA protection on. So my theory was this has a whole bunch of requirements to work properly. We can attack the requirements, and that might end up killing the service. So in the Windows documentation, they say that kernel DMA protection relies on the IOMMU. And as we saw earlier, the IOMMU needs VTD, or Virtualization Technology for Directed I/O, to work. So in the case of Intel, we can read the VTD documentation, and we see that this is going to use something called a DMA remapping table, or a DMAR ACPI table. So my idea was kernel DMA protection needs the IOMMU, IOMMU needs VTD, VTD needs a DMAR ACPI. How can we attack the DMAR ACPI from a pre-boot DMA attack? So first, we're going to need something called Leech Core. This is a part of the PCI Leech framework that allows us to control the board in arbitrary ways. It's a bunch of wrapper libraries in Python, C# and C that are part of the original framework. So we're going to take this and we're going to implement read and write capabilities in our own Python program to do whatever we want. Then we're going to go in and pre-boot, and we're going to look for something called the EFI system table. This is the primary target for UFI exploitation because it contains pointers to all the important stuff that an EFI program needs to run. That means the boot services, the runtime services, and a whole bunch of configuration data. Crucially, we can identify this because it always starts with the same pattern. It's going to start with IBI space syst, and that is always going to be the same. So once we find it, we just read the data from it, and it looks like what we saw. Once we have that, we can find something called the configuration table, which is defined in the UFI standard as containing a whole bunch of GUID pointer pairs. We are interested in one of these. Crucially, this is always 70 bytes away from the EFI table base address. So if we look back at our EFI system table, we go 70 bytes away, and right there in little endian is a pointer to the configuration table. Once we go to that address, we have the configuration table for our target. This is, like I said, a whole bunch of GUID pointer pairs. The GUIDs are 16 bytes and the pointers are 8 bytes, so these are 24 byte chunks that we can walk programmatically in Python, looking for a specific GUID, which is defined again in the UFI standard. These are the industry standard GUIDs, and we're interested in finding an ACPI table, so we're going to look for the EFI ACPI 2.0 table GUID. Once we've normalized it, we have it there at the bottom, we can actually identify it right there in our configuration table very easily. And it is immediately followed by the pointer to the vendor table for ACPI 2.0. So if we read memory from this address now, we're going to find a very important pointer, the RSD-PTR, or Root System Description Pointer. This is going to bring us to the Root System Description Table, or RSDT. This is the ACPI 2.0 Root System Description Table. This contains pointers to every ACPI table that's currently installed in the firmware. So I can read from every single one of these until I get one that is starting with DMAR. That means I've found my DMAR table. It always starts with the same signature. So if we look at that address, we finally found our DMAR ACPI table right there. That's our target. I've implemented that algorithm, all 9 of those steps, in a program called DMA Reaper. And the final step is we're going to overwrite all of that with a bunch of zeros and observe the impact. It looks like this when you run it, but much better than this is a little demo. So, there is music, but I digress. Oh, they got me. So once again, DMA Reaper is available on my GitHub. It doesn't just work against Intel. I didn't show you guys AMD, but it's pretty much exactly the same thing. We're just looking for an IVRS ACPI table instead of a DMAR ACPI table. The only thing that really changes is the signature that we're looking for. Everything else is the same. There's a detailed blog post attached to this tool and also available called Neutralizing Kernel DMA Protection. If you want to go see the slides that we just went through in a little bit more detail and a bit slower, you can go do that. So let's put all of this together and attack some Windows 11. So we've got our totality of modern countermeasures divided into 3 sections. We are going to use Windows Recovery to enable safe mode and disable virtualization-based security. Then we're going to use NVRAM map to patch the pre-boot DMA protection status and kill it. Finally, we can do a pre-boot DMA attack, and we can use DMA Reaper to destroy the the ACPI table that is responsible for the IOMMU working. Now that's going to neutralize DMA protection and disable kernel DMA protection. Once we're in this position, we can just go ahead and use PCI Leech out of the box because there's no more countermeasures in place that are working anymore, and we can pwn this Windows 11 as if it was 2012. So let's do that. The target is Windows 11. There's a BIOS password in place that we can't remove. We have no access to the UEFI settings. As I showed with NVRAM map previously, we have disabled pre-boot DMA protection by patching the firmware. So we're going to put all the rest of it together in this little video, and there is no music this time. I'm going to narrate. So we go into Windows Recovery, troubleshoot, advanced options, command prompt, skip the C drive because we don't need it, and we are going to run bcd edit and modify the default key to enable safe mode. Again, we can also use hypervisor launch control off. There's a couple other ways we can do that. We reboot the computer and go into UEFI with our attacking device connected. We don't know the password, so we're not going to go and modify anything. We're just going to go to our attack computer here, and we're going to run DMA Reaper while the computer is in UEFI, in pre-boot. So this is our pre-boot DMA attack. We run DMA Reaper, it's almost instantaneous, and it tells us kernel DMA protection is disabled. It has located the DMAR ACPI table and overwritten it with a bunch of zeros. Now I click Continue Boot. I don't need to know the password. We're not modifying UEFI directly. So it goes to a Windows logon screen, and now I can go ahead and use PCI Leech out of the box old school style. So we're going to run this, run the default Windows 10/11 compromise tools from PCI Leech. We get our kernel module implanted into the kernel successfully. We reference the address that it has been written to, and we get ourselves a little shell redirected across PCI Express. And we can now do whatever we want. So to demonstrate the remote code execution capabilities that we have, I'm just going to do a message star pwned. And that's going to send the pwn message to all the users of this computer. So we run that, and we go back to our logon screen, and there's our pwn message. Thank you. Thank you. And if we check who we are, we run a little who am I. Of course, we are no less than NT Authority system running in the kernel on this computer. It is completely kaput. And we can do system info also to demonstrate very quickly that virtualization-based security is enabled but not running, and that this is indeed Windows 11 Pro. I'm just going to check real quick. Not limited to Windows 11, but this works against all the modern implementations of Windows. So there we are, Windows 11 Pro at the top. And yeah, that's pretty much kaput for them. Now, defensive considerations. This is the short part. Okay, what can you do to prevent this? Well, you can use an aggressive BitLocker policy. Essentially, like I mentioned at the beginning, this relies on TPM only, which unfortunately is the most common implementation that we see in organizations today. If you want to stop this kill chain from working, you need to use multi-factor for your decryption. There's no way around it. Now, Microsoft documentation says that you should only be doing this if you care about attackers with skill and lengthy physical access. I've crossed out the skill part there because I keep releasing tools. So, basically, they say you need to solder and do a bunch of advanced stuff. Well, the barrier to entry for this type of exploitation gets lower every single year, certainly every time that I make a publish on GitHub. So I would not consider this to be like nation state only, TTPs anymore. This is like very much so in the realm of realistic attacks. The hardware I've used costs less than $500 total for like everything, right? Like we're talking low cost. There are open source tools that let you do it. It's well documented, etc. So are your users going to like having to know an extra password to decrypt their work computer? Probably not. But is this the only thing you can do? Yes. So if you have one takeaway from this, TPM plus pin, allow complex pin, that will help. Other than that, you're kind of out of luck. Talking to the vendors and getting them to implement changes to their firmware, which is all custom proprietary black box nonsense, is not going to go very far. So you can also do physical pen tests if ever you're interested in getting stuff like this in a very nice report that can show you additionally like the scope changes that might happen after. So once we compromise a laptop like during a pen test, we're going to try to extract secrets, use the creds from memory to log into different scopes like your cloud environment, your internal network, your Wi-Fi, etc. And it can be very revealing to see what kind of impacts are derived from that initially compromised laptop. But yeah, if there's anything you can take away from this, it's TPM plus PIN. Thank you very much, Montreal, and go Habs go.
Do we have time for questions? 5 minutes. Any question? Mr. Artong.
Thanks for making it at twice the speed. It was awesome. One question. So the TPM plus the pin, can you brute force the only single-digit pins? Like, so if it's 4-digit pins, could you try doing that in the DMA side?
So I'd say like TPM 2.0, which is like the latest implementation, has pretty good anti-hammering technology baked in. So it's supposedly resistant to brute force attacks. I have not tried. Typically what I try to do is find a side channel. There are a few different attacks we can do against TPM. There's also a lot of people who sniff data from the SPI bus, like while the keys are transiting. More and more we're seeing firmware TPM implementations on like 2025, 26 plus laptops. So I try not to attack too much directly the TPM, and I'm sure there's lots of people that have like dedicated research for that. But I would suspect that brute forcing the TPM, unless if it's like a very weak key, is not going to be very successful. It should technically automatically lock you out because of the anti-hammering feature.
I'm also going to ask people to talk quieter because we're still recording and we're going to hear a lot of mumbles in the recording. We have another question.
Yeah, I do have a question. I did a proof of concept at work proving that you can use also the update state, pending update state, to actually bypass the encryption when you are only using TPM.
Okay.
And there's also the downgrade of the bootloader that can be done through USB. So technically, my employer was considering like the efforts needed opening up the laptop and everything else. So my avenue was to show him that you don't need to open up the laptop in a very specific scenario where you have like a update pending state, or if you are able to inject the older boot. So in that respect, does that not only show that when you want, it can be actually a lot easier to hack TPM if it's only based on TPM for BitLocker?
Yeah, I think the main takeaway here is like TPM only is just not robust enough in 2026. Absolutely, there are downgrade attacks which work. I'd say what I've seen in practice is a lot of organizations are going to disable intentionally the rollback prevention features in the firmware, and that enables us to do all sorts of attacks. Now, even if it was on, you can turn it off using a tool like NVRAM map. So hopefully this opens up a little bit more research potential for people to explore. But indeed, if you can downgrade the firmware, and it's a bit tricky because you have to fill some of the DMI information needs to be exactly right and match like the serial and such of that particular computer. If you have a way to extract it programmatically, which is totally possible, and then replicate it in your downgrade firmware, you can absolutely do a downgrade attack and introduce. You don't even have to go after BitLocker. You can introduce vulnerabilities which are patched back to the computer. And I'm just thinking in a couple of cases here, there are ways to bypass the password. So you could reintroduce that sort of vulnerability and then do your existing tradecraft, which is well documented and has maybe a public POC. So it's definitely a good idea.
I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. I'm going to pass the mic here.
Thank you for the talk. Quick question. If the vendors sucked less at writing UEFI code, is it possible that the measured boot could cover this attack? Or is that, like, even because of the level of physical access that you have, even if you had it, it wouldn't really help?
I think that one thing that could be improved is the measured boot process. It's just very difficult to implement retroactively because there's a limited amount of stuff you can store in the PCRs. So your typical like validation profile is using PCR, I think 7 and 11 to store like your default like validation profile. There's no reason why you, in theory, could not track like absolutely every setting, but you would need a good like interchange between the firmware and the TPM so that it actually registers things, and so that the operating system, like the TPM, looks at those settings when it tries to boot. Doing it backwards, I don't know if there's room in the current implementation in the validation profiles. I would love to see arbitrary tracking or some sort of granular control where us, the user, we can decide what we want to track and and then we can have our own customized hardened UFI state that if there's any deviation, it triggers. But right now, they're not measuring everything, and in many cases, they're not measuring the important things. In this case, with the HP laptop that we attacked during this talk, for example, if we were to change DMA protection, that would trigger a measured boot. That doesn't happen with Lenovo or Dell. You can just go ahead and pwn those easy peasy. But with HP, it's a bit trickier, but they're not measuring pre-boot DMA protection. So there's always gonna be something that you can go ahead and modify. You just have to find what it is, and it takes a bit of trial and error, and it also varies depending on the laptops. It's not just vendor specific, it's like laptop specific. So it takes a lot of research, and because all of this is proprietary and mostly undocumented, you have to kind of like figure it out as you go. There is something to be said about better validation profiles offering more protection, and there's some customization you can do through group policy and Intune with Windows. You can make it a bit more robust, but there's no way to capture everything, and I would love to see that, but it doesn't exist currently that I'm aware of. Star. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is all the time we have for questions.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, la gang test.
Okay, everyone, take a seat. This is the start of the blue team track. We are starting with one of our veteran speaker, Emilio, who works for a large corporation. Emilio is also involved with NorthSec. He runs the CTF. So if you're here for the CTF this weekend, you will see him around. Please give a big round of applause for Emilio.
Musique. All right. Salut tout le monde. Let's talk about detection as code. So I'm Emilio. I'm an automation tech lead at my employer SOC. I'm also the VP CTF at NorthSec. If you haven't heard of it, it's a great event in Montreal. Look it up. I'm an urbanism enjoyer, housing crisis hater, and a YIMBY. If you want to talk about it, I'll gladly explain why demand and supply applies to housing. So, detection as code. The agenda, we'll start with our starting point. What is detection as code and why it's a game changer for detection engineering? Why we chose Sigma as the backbone of our detection engineering practice. We'll then talk about how we transitioned to detection as code and a case study on how we migrated more than 300 rules to a new SIM with detection as code. So, our starting point, a bit of context where I work. My employer is a big employer, more than 50,000 employees. We have a big SOC, either 20 to 100 people, depending on how you count what's a SOC. We have a lot of security products and a whole lot of systems to monitor for intrusions. So, March 2021, we have just finished migrating from ArcSight SIM to the brand new QRadar SIM. We were very proud to have manually ported our 85 detection rules. It was a big effort, working evening shifts, Yeah, and the detection engineering process, mostly vibes. Testing the rules once, maybe, before deployment. Change management on good days. Peer review? No. Documentation? Also no. Versioning? No. Nothing. If you don't know what QRadar looks like, to create a rule, you go through the rule wizard, and you click next, next, and then you start, you write the rule name, and then you have these blocks that you click, and then you fill them with your conditions. There's another way to do it where you just have one block. It's an AQL query, but it's very inefficient. So usually you do it like that. It works, but it really feels like working like a caveman. So, what is detection as code? Detection as code is pretty simple. It's the process of managing detection rules through machine-readable definition files instead of interactive configuration tools like the GIF you've just seen before. In practice, it takes DevOps principles used in software engineering, and we try to apply them for detection engineering. It's very similar to infrastructure as code, but it's not the same. It would be more accurate to say that it's a subset of configuration as code, because if you think about it, detection rules are configuration for a SIM. So what are these DevOps practices in software engineering? Versioning your code using Git, managing code-based changes using pull requests. So if you have a background in software engineering, you've been to university, this is going to be nothing new. You should know about that. Systematic code review. So if you want to change code, you have to open a pull request, and then someone has to look through it and say LGTM. Continuous integration. Static validation, so linting, formatting of your code, and dynamic validations, so unit testing, integration testing, end-to-end testing. And the important part is that if any of these steps fails, you cannot merge the pull request. Your changes cannot go through. And then continuous deployment. Fully scripted, repeatable deployments to production systems without human intervention. And that part is important. The idea is that once you merge, you have something that will deploy. There are several ways to do it. What I like is you deploy when you merge on the main branch. But the idea is that the mental load of deploying, you forget about that. And more, which are a bit less important for detection as code. But in software engineering, you have things like A/B testing, progressive rollouts, feature flags, etc. So the idea is that the software engineering nerds have already figured out and perfected the practice of shipping quality stuff reliably and fast. We just gotta copy their homework. So how do we apply those principles to detection engineering? So versioning your code using Git, simple. You version your rules, your detection rules using Git. You manage rule changes using pull requests. You also version your scripts, deployment scripts, and validations, etc. Systematic code review becomes systematic rule review, usually by a senior detection engineer. For continuous integration, the static validations are YAML schemas or custom validations, for example, regex optimizations. So making sure that you don't have the dot star at the end or beginning of your regex, because for most engines, it's a waste of resources. Or ensuring that you have the proper attack tags, techniques, and tactics documented into your rules. And the most important one, in my opinion, for testing, for dynamic testing, is using example logs to test that the rules work. I'll get back to it. And for continuous deployment, it's the same. Fully scripted, repeatable deployments to production systems without human intervention. So, what are the main benefits of detection as code? First, testing. It ensures non-regression of rules by, for example, testing for exclusions in a rule. If you have ever done a detection rule, almost all of them have exclusions so that they don't trigger something that is benign in your environment. And you also need to test that the happy path of the detection work. Code review, it allows you to catch errors or blind spots that would have been deployed to production. This happened a lot before we had detection as code. When we migrated from ArcSight to QRadar, we have spotted rules that didn't work for 2 years. And then when we migrated them manually, we broke some rules and we didn't know about it until we migrated them to detection as code because we tested them and we saw that they didn't work. So those two things gives the SOC confidence that the rules being created, tuned, or refactored work. And this is the most important, in my opinion, the idea that if you open a pull request and the CI passes, you know you're not going to break anything, or the chances are very, very low because a senior detection engineer has looked at it and the rules are tested. So what this allows is that you can empower the rest of your SOC, so the non-detection engineers, to actually engage with the detection engineering process, so the tuning of the rules. For example, the analysts, if they have a ticket and they see that this is benign behavior, they can open a pull request themselves, and then a senior engineer is going to approve that. And you're basically sure that the rules still work. That the exclusion is not too broad, for example. The documentation and the implementation of the rule, they reside at the same place, which greatly increase the likelihood of documentation actually being useful and maintained. Before detection as code, we had documentation in Confluence, and then the rule was written in QRadar. And then when the rule was tuned later on, of course, we didn't update the documentation in Confluence. Nobody thought about that. And for the SOC 2 enjoyers out here, everything is auditable. How many revisions a rule had, by whom, who approved it, when it was deployed, and exactly what changed. This is a feature of having, of using a SourceForge and Git repos. So you can see here description of the change, who did the change, who approved it. Very easy to show an auditor, and you can also script that. If they ask for a specific rule, you can have the complete history of modifications to a rule. Oh yeah, also it integrates very well with coding agents. So the Claude codes of this world, they're very good at understanding, modifying, and reasoning about code. So this is basically code. This is YAML files, and you can integrate with them very well. It lowers the bar of entry to do detection as code as well. All right, Sigma rules. This is a Sigma rule. If you don't see it in the back, it's a YAML document with specific fields. So you have a title, description, and other metadata. The important part is the detection block. Specifically the condition one, which reads like the selection block must match. And the selection block reads like this. The image field must ends with \cmd.exe, and command line must contains either /c who am I or /c net user. And if this block matches, then the rule triggers, and you can have more complex rules and correlation rules as well, which match more than one log. So, why Sigma rules? Why did we choose that? Sigma is vendor agnostic. This is the biggest point for us. You can use another backend to convert the same rule to any target system. You don't need to change the rule for that. And our experience with QRadar at that point was a bit frustrating, and we had a hunch we would change SIM sooner, sooner rather than later. The rules are very easy to write and understand, as you've seen. Once you understand the gist of it, it's very easy to read any Sigma rule, which is not the case for most more complex query languages. And the project has a big community and is actively maintained, which is important if you're going to base your whole detection as code practice into this one standard. So our implementation is called PRS, for Pipeline de Règles Sigma. It initially started with Sigma only for where we converted rules to Curator, but now we have multiple deployment targets, and as you can see, we have the Sigma rules for Splunk. We have the Sigma rules, the Splunk rules raw Splunk processing language, because not all rules can be expressed as Sigma rules, sadly. We have Sentinel rules, our second sim, don't ask questions. We have our EDR indicator of attacks that we also versioned there. We just started versioning there. And our data lake rules. All of the rules are YAML with a schema that is very similar to regular Sigma rules. And the static validations are done using JSON schemas and custom validators that we wrote in Python. And the dynamic tests are done using a staging sim instance. I'll talk about that in a second. So how did we build PRS? It started in late 2022. First step is building a backend. The good news is that there's a lot of open source backends out there, but we didn't use the Curator one for some reason. First one is it kind of sucks. It doesn't use the custom rule engine. It uses AQL, which can have problems with performance. And we have internal business logic, like the distinction between indicator rules and alert rules that are investigated at all time. So I built one for the Curator CRE. The idea is very simple. You have a list of Sigma rules. You have the Sigma CLI, Sigma convert, -t target Curator, and it outputs a zip. The zip is a Curator plugin, which contains list of XML files, which contains base 64 of another XML document. It's a bit weird, but it works. And then you upload that to Curator as a plugin, and Curator then has the rule and runs them. Then we have the backend. We need to create the CI/CD. The two main parts are a script to deploy the rules and then to test the rule, to deploy to any target instance. For the Curator tester, the idea is very simple. You have a log, a should trigger log or a should not trigger log in your rule. You take that log, you throw it into Curator, you wait, and then you check, did that log trigger the rule? If yes, and it's a should trigger rule, the test passes. If not, the test fails. And it's the reverse for should not trigger rules. Should not trigger tests can test exclusions to a rule. So you need a Curator staging instance so you can have a CI pipeline that can launch Curator tester whenever you open a pull request. And then you need to have a deployment pipeline when a pull request is merged into the main branch. So in July 2023, we deployed our first rule into production. Yay! And then from there, we converted manually all of the rules we had into Curator one by one. It took a while. It was a bit painful. As you can see, we had months where we worked more than others. And I think at late 2025, we hit 300 rules version in PRS. So, case study, transitioning from Curator. As I said, we had a hunch we would switch, and switch we did. Our new sim, Splunk. So, I sold you Sigma as some very good thing because it's vendor agnostic, and then you don't have to change the rule to migrate to a new sim. So it should be pretty easy, right? First, you create the PySigma backend for Splunk. Then you adapt the CI/CD so that it deploys and tests in Splunk instead of Curator. Then you just test that all the rules work. And finally, you turn off the rules in Curator and you turn them on in this production Splunk. Should be pretty easy, right? Let's go through each of these steps. Creating the backend. There's already an open source backend for Splunk. Great. Let's try to use that. But some features are missing. So there's no CIDR handler for IPs, which is in the Sigma standard. Regex optimizations are not there, which makes some rules very slow. There's no timestamp handler. Okay, no worries. I'll just code them in. And some features are buggy. So correlation rules, they don't use a sliding window, which means that you can miss some rules if some hit, depending on the timing. And that's important that you don't miss them. No worries, I'll fix it. And also I need to use content.ctl to test my rules, not a raw string. The default backend just outputs a raw SPL string. You need a content.ctl package. Okay, I'll add that output format to the backend. And as I said earlier, we have internal concepts not used externally. So indicators versus alert rules, tests, target workspaces. Okay, I'll code that business logic in. Finally, it works. We have a working backend for Splunk. It's a bit custom. We needed to fix bugs, but it works. Great. Now let's adapt the CI/CD. So Splunk has an open source tool to handle packaging and testing. As I said, it's called content.ctl. Great. I won't have to code all the testing logic and the packaging logic. That's awesome. But it doesn't handle testing, exclusions to rules, so the should not trigger. Okay, I'll add it. Also, it doesn't handle testing correlation rules for some reason. All right, I'll make it work. At that point, we have an internal fork of 2 open source projects that we need to maintain independently. And also now we have started migrating some rules, and it takes 3 hours to test a lot of rules. And that's way too long for a CI to run. Okay, I'll add parallelization to speed things up. And damn, this software has a lot of bugs. We had lots of bugs with content.ctl. It's a pretty new project. I think it started late 2023. And it has a small community of users, sadly. And bulk testing is still too long. I gotta test only the rules the current pull request modifies, because it still takes more than an hour with the parallelization. Okay, I'll take care of it. And it finally worked. We have a backend, we have a CI/CD, we can merge rule into production, right? Let's test that now every rule just works in Splunk. So, good news, about half of our rules are EDR telemetry rules, and fields can be mapped very easily from QRadar to Splunk. Moreover, there's a very easy way to do that with Sigma. They have pipelines where you can map a field to another without actually changing the rule. The pipeline gets applied before the conversion. That's great. After 1 week, they all work flawlessly. Half of our rules. Awesome. Let's try the other ones. Some log sources, like Windows event log, change format completely between the 2 SIMs. So the first one we had, I think it was leaf logs, but this was a weird patch because insert QRadar or something, I don't know. And then now we have the actual Windows event log XML content. So that means that all of our Windows rules, we need to trigger them again because we need a log to test them. And this is 20-something rules. And some of the rules are not easy to trigger. And in a big organization, you need to write to some people for the first time. They don't know you, and you're like, please do something no admin would ever do. I need it for testing purposes. No worries. Still, that's what we did. I'll trigger those rules again so I can update the tests. And then some log sources are now split in multiple source type. Source type is a new concept that we didn't really have in QRadar. okay, I'll just adapt the rules and then change them once again. And some sources have the reverse problem. They're now unified in a single index. Before we had rules for IBM AIX and Linux logs. There were two different sources, and now they're the same. All right, I'll adapt the rules once again. And some fields are not parsed in Splunk because the team who parsed them forgot. So this happened a lot. Need to wait. This isn't part, but this is easier to catch because of the tests we have. All right, I'll ask the team to parse them. And it finally works. Yay. And finally, turning off the rules in QRadar and turning them on in Splunk. Actually, that went really well. That's great. So you have this idea that the migration is going to go so well. You have this image that it's going to take like 3 weeks. It's going to be done. And then you face the reality that it's still like it helped. Like having Sigma detection as code and testing, it really did help. But it's not as beautiful as your mind would have imagined. So the reality on the right is still somewhat beautiful, but on a random Wednesday, maybe not as much. So, takeaways. Everyone should, or every SOC, I guess, should strive to do detection as code. When done well, it really allows to mature the practice of detection engineering and to ship quality detections faster. It really is helpful. However, detection as code is software. Software can and very often does become complex, and complexity must always continuously be handled. So you need to be wary of that. If your team is small, keep complexity small. That probably means no Sigma for you. It was worth for us. As I said, we're a big SOC. We have the capacity to handle this kind of complexity. But most SOC are a bit smaller and will not think it's worth to have more than a person full-time handling the detection as code stack, right? Highly recommend unit testing your rules. In my opinion, this is the main benefit of detection as code. It really allows you to be almost very, very sure that your rules always work, which you cannot really have if you don't continuously test your rules every time you change them. And finally, detection as code requires software engineering knowledge. Don't expect to be able to pull detection as code well without software engineering knowledge. You don't need a master's degree in computer science, but you need some knowledge. However, AI coding engines, they lower the skill floor. They don't erase it. Don't expect the AI agent to handle everything for you. It's gonna go wrong in many ways, and if you don't have the skill set to know when things go wrong, you're gonna have a bad time. So thanks.
We have time for some questions. I see there's already a hand raised here.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you plan on merging or making a PR on these internal forks for these services?
So for Content-CTL, I fixed many bugs. I opened many PRs, and none of them have been merged. So I give up, sadly. So this was the main one that I was expecting them to merge my pull request, and they didn't. And they keep modifying the software. So sadly, I guess it's not happening. But I can share snippets of code with people here without issue.
Thanks for trying at least.
Do we have another? Yes, we do.
You touched on this a little bit, but I'm curious what your promotion process looks like for new rules. Because you mentioned you can get anybody submitting PRs for new rules. They can go through review, historical testing. But how are you taking those and moving those into production to actually give live alerts to your SOC?
Yeah, so the process is pretty straightforward. The rule gets into the soaking phase. So you do a PR and you have a different directory in the Git repo, which is testing. And for Sigma, it's status : test instead of stable. And then your pipeline gets that, and it gets deployed into production, but it doesn't raise any alert. So it's configured in a slightly different way so that it's deployed to production. You can still test it using the staging instance. And it is also tested against live logs, but it's not gonna overwhelm your SOC because it's not gonna raise any alert. And then once the soaking period is done, you just move the file, change status : and now it's stable. And you open a pull request, and now it goes into production. Usually, this is still done by the detection engineer, but sometimes analysts can still do this job as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? No? Give it up for Emilio, please.
Merci.
All right. Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, that's right. I have an intro. I'm sorry.
Yep. So this is the second talk of the Blue Team track. We'll be joined by some of my colleagues at SpectreOps to talk about deception and Open Graph. So this should be pretty awesome. Joshua and Ben.
All right. Is this supposed to be showing the slides? Awesome. All right. My name is Joshua Prager. I have with me Ben Schroeder here. We'll give a quick introduction. So I'm a managing consultant at SpectreOps. I've been with SpectreOps since 2019. Prior to that, I got my start in threat hunting with in-game systems. If anyone's familiar with that company, they eventually became Elastic Security and stuff like that. And then prior to that, I was with the U.S. Navy's Red Team. So I'm considered one of those reformed Red Teamers, have switched over to the blue side. I'll go ahead and give it over to Ben to give his introduction.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, I'm Ben Schroeder. I've been with SpectreOps for just about a year now. Prior to that, I was doing threat hunting, and then before that, I had spent most of my time as a red teamer, focusing mainly on Active Directory, tradecraft. But as I transitioned over to threat hunting, deception was something that was really interesting to me, and was happy to be able to kind of continue some of that work here at SpectreOps.
Yep, so today what we're going to be talking about is leveraging Open Graph from the open source Bloodhound project. And diving into our SpectreOps methodology of identifying areas to set deceptions, as well as kind of making sure that these deception solutions, canary accounts and things like that, are set along key choke points of the path that an adversary would need to traverse in order to achieve their objectives. I'll go ahead and give it over to Ben to kind of give the background of our talk.
Thanks. All right, so just like some quick background, if you aren't familiar with Bloodhound, SpectreOps is kind of the maintainer of Bloodhound. In 2016, it was released by some of our founding members of SpectreOps, so Andy Robbins, Rohan Vazarkar, and then Will Schroeder at DEF CON 24. So we're just coming up on the 10-year anniversary, and it looks at yeah, I'll go this way. It looks at mapping Active Directory objects. That was the initial kind of impetus for it. In 2020, additional functionality was added to cover Azure or Entra ID. And then the year after that, we rolled out at SpectreOps the Enterprise edition of Bloodhound. So adding kind of some more features and functionality, as well as kind of this managed service that you can then, organizations can then work with SpectreOps. And then late last year, we released Open Graph, which kind of democratizes the ability to graph any kind of a technology into Bloodhound, and we'll cover that a little bit more as we go. So first, let's talk about attack paths. Again, Bloodhound was built for attack path management and seeing these attack paths, but what is that? A really kind of foundational piece of what makes an attack path is that this idea of the clean source principle. It's kind of a lesser known security principle, but it says that all security dependencies must be as trustworthy as the objects being secured. It's kind of a mouthful, and like, what does that really mean? So kind of like a good example is if we look at this little graph here. And so we can see some maybe multiple violations of the clean source principle, but maybe the easiest is those first two nodes, right? We have a normal compromised workstation with a domain admin user's session on it, right? So ideally, if we're following the clean source principle, the domain admin is being secured at a very high level, right? This is one of the most powerful accounts in our environment, but a normal workstation is not. And so that is the dependency that is not as trustworthy as the object, the domain admin, that we're trying to secure, right? So this violation creates the attack path that could end up in complete compromise of a domain. So kind of flipping gears here, and kind of the main topic of this talk is deception. So if you aren't familiar with deception, it's been around a long time. I think like in the 80s was like some of the first honeypots came around. But honey tokens, honey pots, honey accounts, like these are pretty common ideas of deception. And they're kind of sprinkled around by defenders and not really thought of in a very complex way, right? Not really taking into account what an attacker actually wants to do with these credentials or honey tokens or whatever they may be, and they're kind of directionless. And so sadly, that's what ends up happening, right? We plant passwords.txt or AWS creds in the bash or shell history of Sally the accountant. Well, that's kind of weird. As an attacker and mainly a red teamer, that's just contextually off. And then, am I even going to end up on Sally from accounting's machine? There are hundreds of thousands of endpoints. Is this really even part of meeting my objectives as an attacker? And if I do end up there, do I really even care about these credentials? Is this really where I'm trying to go within the environment, or are there easier steps to get to where I'm going? And so kind of all of these pitfalls are unfortunately kind of, happen quite a bit. So bringing it back to attack path mapping, we need to think like an attacker, right? So Bloodhound maps these attacks. It gives attackers the shortest path, easiest path to obtain their objectives, like domain admin or maybe compromising certain servers or databases. And so if we think like an attacker as defenders, we can start using this to inform ourselves and where to place our deceptions so that they are easily discoverable by attackers and they are incentivized to be used and interacted with for when they're trying to achieve their objectives. And so some other advantages are we can kind of go beyond normal detections with deception, right? So like GitHub is a really good example of a technology that there isn't a ton of great telemetry for building certain kinds of rules and detections. So we can place different deceptions potentially within GitHub to add additional coverage where logs and whatever the vendor is giving us, it just doesn't exist. The other thing is, again, looking at these attack paths, we can funnel attackers. And then another thing is really high fidelity alerting, right? Since these deceptions have no legitimate use, if they're interacted with at any point, we know that with a very high very high confidence that this is malicious, and that we can escalate this and kind of avoid that uncertainty from a SOC level of, is this a real alert or not? Is it a false positive? And then the last part is, as an offensive tradecraft person, it creates this doubt and uncertainty, right? If I am in an environment and there is potentially deception within it, that's really concerning to me because now, even if I find an attack path, I don't know if it's really legitimate or if I need to tiptoe around it. A really good example was actually on an assessment where we found a ESC1, which is Active Directory attack, where you can basically it's a few commands to domain admin if this attack exists within your environment, right? You request a certificate on behalf of any user within the domain. So, for example, a domain admin. But wait, it was denied. But why? As an attacker, or if you've used any kind of technology, right? Is it just an issue with my tool? Is it the difference between running it through a proxy or running it in memory? Is it the version? Was there some other kind of issue that I'm running into? Maybe network, LDAP, or some kind of a weird segmentation issue. Context, am I running in the right context? It should work. Let me check some of the other details of the attack to make sure that this actually is vulnerable. You just try turning it on and turning it back on again, or off and on again. But if there's deception, now with this in play, did I just trip an alarm? And as an attacker, what do? Do I back off for the next 28, 48 hours and hope that maybe they don't deconflict it? Do you try to start moving around? All these things kind of create doubt and slow down an attacker and give more chance to defenders to defend.
All right, so I'm going to be talking about SpecterOps' deception methodology. So we have our lead researcher at SpecterOps, Elad Shamir. You may have heard of him. He's done a lot of research in RBCD and shadow credentials. He's well known for a lot of that research. So he came up with this deception methodology a couple of years ago. And I've been able to apply it to our client environments a couple of times, and it's actually worked very, very well. So we have a set of properties for our deception methodology that the deception solution must adhere to in order for it to be an effective deception solution. So the first one is that the deception solution, whether it be a canary account, honeynet, creds, whatever we're putting out in the environment, it must blend in with the environment naturally, okay? And so that goes typically a little bit beyond just the idea of like, I'm gonna stick a passwords.txt file in the file share. When we're talking about blending in with the environment naturally, we're generally talking about it from the perspective of an attack path, which has natural choke points that we can leverage as a deception solution instead of just closing or we'll consider it like neutering the attack path. Where the attack path still looks like it exists, it's still enticing to an attacker, which is the second property there. It has to be attractive. The attack path is still enumerable. However, it's not actually exploitable. And then we're getting to the third property, which is avoid new risk. We're not going to add additional attack paths that can be exploited to the environment. And that third level is where it gets kind of tricky. Kind of going back and forth in different ideas. Sometimes when you make something discoverable, you're setting the configuration of whatever that identity is to also be vulnerable. And so that is one of our core principles that we apply this deception methodology to, is that it cannot introduce new risks to the environment. Typically what we're doing is we're trying to look for existing risk and figuring out a way to make this risk benign but still discoverable by the attacker. And then the final criteria for an effective deception solution is that the deception solution is high fidelity and highly audible. So an example of that would be a system access control list, where we can set the auditing level of that particular object and we can monitor it very, very closely. Talking about why placement matters. I've been in situations where I've done compromise assessments with threat hunting and doing blue team work. And the particular client that I've done these assessments for, they will have actually had multiple deception solutions just sort of sprayed throughout the environment. However, due to the lack of visibility in their own attack paths, I've seen the attackers achieve domain administrative control within like 1 to 2 steps. And the defenders typically have this bias. The defenders typically have this bias where they assume the adversary is going to start from a low privilege user and they're going to work their way throughout the system. They might discover their passwords.txt, which should trip an alarm on their way to domain admin. But real compromise events, the adversaries are typically doing things with the least amount of steps possible because it's the easiest way to minimize the amount of evidence they're leaving behind. And when we're talking about actual criminal actors, actual threat groups, right? Their concern is being arrested. Their concern is not being able to re-enter a country that they like to typically enter. So they are going to keep that disk presence as minimal as possible. I've done compromise assessments where the initial access is a SharePoint server, and that SharePoint server got them a service account. That service account also was able to enumerate domain admins that were logging in to manage that SharePoint server. They used those accounts to then laterally move to the domain controllers, and they pwned the whole domain. That's just a handful of steps, and that didn't start off as a low privilege user. So that's why these placements are really, really important. We try to look for areas that act as choke points, that if the adversary is to target a particular administrative set of controls over a particular technology, there's certain choke points along that path that we can set as deception solutions. All right, just for the sake of time, I'm gonna get into this, this defensive consideration portion right here. So just because we're setting deception solutions and we're expecting them to be highly audible doesn't mean that we can just rely on those every time to identify an attacker activity. We're really only as good as our processes and our incident response playbooks. If we have these deception solutions in place, we have some sort of insider threat program in place, but there's not some additional triage and playbook behind that, what happens when one of these deception solutions gets tripped? That lack of process is going to cause exactly what happened that Ben talked about, where they saw this attack path, they exploited the attack path, it didn't work, and they began to question whether or not it was a deception solution. But if it is not a effective audited event, and if the triage team does not accurately mitigate and evict the adversary quickly, the offensive team or the criminal adversary is just going to quickly move on to the next thing. Okay?
Awesome. All right, so kind of flipping back to attack path mapping. Again, last year, SpectreOps released Open Graph, which is an extension to Bloodhound. And so what it allows you to do is create your own collector similar to SharpHound or Azure Hound, and create collections for any technology. So right now I think there's like over 30 community collectors that have been created, but essentially it's just like very basic schema using JSON that you need to adhere to. This kind of data, as long as you collect your data like this, can be then uploaded and ingested by the community edition or the enterprise edition of Bloodhound. And then you can do all of the fun attack path mapping that you can do with Bloodhound for Active Directory in any technology. So GitHub, Jamf, Okta, I mean, all of these technologies have been covered and many, many more. So bringing it all together here, and mapping this all together is, kind of a challenge with deception is, one, communicating it to people. You're gonna put vulnerable things into where in my environment, and how does this, work? Is there real risk being introduced? Can you prove that to me? And then two, it's the person who set up deception is leaving next week. Do we know where all of that is? Is it being audited, all that kind of thing for historical changes, et cetera? So some of these challenges can kind of be overcome then with Open Graph, because we can map all of these deceptions within our environment, have a central place, Bloodhound, to view them, and then know if and where that risk exists. Kind of like a quick example is, I was on an assessment, we phished somebody's personal access token to get into GitHub, pulled artifacts, which from that GitHub that had CI/CD credentials like Terraform, Ansible. Then using Ansible credentials, we were able to push whatever we wanted into their pipeline and get access to sensitive data, which was being hosted there, which otherwise would have been very difficult to access. So it's a very relevant attack, and at no point did we have to touch Active Directory. So this is where Open Graph really shines. So GitHound is a SpectreOps created collector by Jared Atkinson, but it maps out the privileges and all sorts of details of your GitHub organization. So this can be a really good way to kind of get an idea of, are people able to see things that maybe they shouldn't be able to see, or do things that they shouldn't be able to do. And so as an attack path, we could kind of take inspiration of like a really basic honey credential, right? We're kind of talking poorly of them before, but here we can see large graph, and all the way on the right, we have this kind of honey credential for AWX or Ansible Works. And we can model this all in Open Graph. So Ansible, if we wanted to hop into Ansible, which the creators of Ansible Hound are talking right after this, so it works out very well. I won't try to claim that I'm some kind of Ansible expert. I know very little about Ansible, but it's used with Terraform all the time, and it allows you to configure your infrastructure that you've deployed. And a lot of times, secrets are injected at runtime into these environments, and so it can be a really great place to either get credentials or get access to things that are being hosted in a very secure manner. So here, again, we could say, okay, instead of maybe adding our deception into an existing environment, that very last stage organization and team is all just for the purpose of deception. And again, we can model that in Open Graph. And lastly, right, these are jumping across technologies. We can merge these graphs together, right? So they're not disparate things. We know that this all works together. And so there's like a small tool on GitHub that I've created and anybody could create very similar thing, vibe coded, is just merge these together and kind of correlate identities across technologies. And so that's kind of bringing it all together here, is that we could then say, if you're an attacker, they're kind of funneled into abusing this credential within GitHub to then jump into Ansible and then try to deploy this kind of fake stage Ansible template, which we know should not ever be done.
All right. Chris Thompson created a Open Graph collector called config_man_bear_pig because unfortunately CrowdStrike already claimed SCCM Hound before Open Graph was even a thing. So config_man_bear_pig is essentially our Open Graph collector that can grab configuration manager infrastructure information and model that in Bloodhound Open Graph as well. I wanted to use this last example before we're done because Ben showed a really great example of a multiple technology, kind of like multiple layered attack path, right? And that is, in today's day and age, the type of attack paths that our mature red teams are representing in their assessment reports. No longer are we just constrained to Active Directory and Intra. We're jumping through multiple technology stacks, multiple third-party providers to achieve our actions on objectives. But I also wanted to show an example of what it looks like when you have multiple attack paths to the same goal. How can you go about setting effective deception solutions in that scenario? So we start with this bottom user at the very bottom where it's a phished user, and that phished user can head to the left-hand side and start enumerating SCCM distribution points. They can look for pixie media, they can try to identify credentials in there, and try to go after the like the site managed jump box and eventually site takeover. We can also go the other direction where that same phished user heads to the right and just immediately starts trying to enumerate the SCCM site servers and the site database server, which has an inherent trust between those two endpoints that allows them to gain site takeover of the SCCM site. If you aren't super aware or up to date on a lot of SpectreOps' configuration manager attack techniques, we have an entire project called Misconfiguration Manager, started by Chris Thompson, Dwayne Michael, and Garrett Foster. And this project is all aimed at giving actionable information about how to abuse and how to defend against configuration manager abuse, because the mature red teams in today's day and age are using your configuration manager infrastructure as a command and control platform. Right? So this is just kind of talking really quickly about Chris Thompson's config_man_bear_pig Open Graph collector. I know it's kind of a funny name. What I'm using it for is to map out deception solutions in configuration manager infrastructure. And the deception solution idea that I'm going to talk about is kind of a three-phase approach that kind of covers that entire attack path, whether they take left or right. And it's going to start with a network access account. This network access account is used as a credential to install media whenever you're doing Pixie boot. When you can create a Canary network access account and you can associate that network access account to SCCM. At the time that you do that, you can also set your distribution points to use this Canary network access account. And then you go back into Active Directory and you can change the password of that network access account. By default, SCCM will not validate the credential of that network access account that you gave it at the beginning against Active Directory. So if an adversary either goes to the left and starts enumerating the distribution points, it is able to identify that network access account and attempts to use that credential. We stuck to our 4 principles and we didn't add a new attack path in there because that credential will not work. It will have the old credential information that was not validated against Active Directory. And there's also this concept called the SC user account table that lives within the SCCM database server. And the SC user account table includes highly privileged account credentials that are used with SCCM application pushes and Pixie deployment and things like that. When we gave those distribution points and we gave SCCM that Canary network access account we created, it associated a password that no longer works because it's not validated against Active Directory. And that is all stored within this SC user account table. So if the attacker is to go to the right-hand side and try to just immediately target the site database server, and they're immediately going to try to pull out that SC user account table credential, that credential will not work either. And then our detection solution can be kind of a multiple-pronged approach. We can set canaries along our distribution points. We can set a canary for that particular, we can set a SACL on that particular Canary network access account. And then we can also do, we can also go into the actual SQL database server itself, and we can do a custom SQL audit for any sort of select command against that Canary network access account. And then I was talking to Garrett Foster about this idea when he was, telling me about how that Active Directory credential that was changed for the Canary network access account will not be validated. And he was like, so wouldn't it make sense that you can just look for failed login attempts with that network access account, and it should identify an adversary trying to abuse it? And I was like, yeah, that's a very common sense, no-duh type of detection, but it would effectively work because that credential would not have been changed. It will have been whatever we set it to that second time. So I know that was kind of a lot to cover in just a couple slides. I have a blog down there that goes into detail step by step for defenders on how to go and enable each one of those pieces, okay? And then kind of mapping it back to Bloodhound Open Graph, this is how we can use Ben's deception clone tool to identify and show those different deception solutions within the Open Graph configuration. All right, so just kind of getting into closing thoughts here. So we don't want defenders to continue just spraying out password.txt and sticking them in places that the adversary does not have to use in order to obtain their objectives. If we know we have these key technologies in place, we should try to leverage our abilities to gain an understanding of what attack paths exist for those technologies that are unique to our environment. And we should identify areas where we should first try to mitigate those attack paths, but in the scenario that we can't, we should also consider turning those attack paths into a benign or neutered deception solution. This will essentially enable defenders to have a high fidelity alert that an adversary is attempting to abuse some of these third-party technologies and jumping through multiple technologies to achieve like domain administrative control. Thanks. Do we got time for questions?
Do we have time for questions? Yes? Any questions? No questions, so it was clear. Oh, one question.
So in this era of AI-led attacks, does it change anything in terms of the principles, or do we have to reinforce them in a higher degree?
Yeah, that's a really, really simple question for a very, very, very deep topic. So we've talked about internally, like what does the representation of a AI identity look like? Like an agentic identity, what does that actually look like? Currently, there's not a real formalized form of thought, but one thing that everyone is kind of trending towards is that agentic workflows are not a singular principle or a singular identity. It's more like multiple identities depending on what the source, the invoker, and the target is. Because we're talking about setting deception solutions along identity-based attack paths, that essentially means you would have several different branches based off of an agentic workflow that could affect where to set those deception solutions. But we've also had internal talks about how to kind of like, we know the future of red teaming is going to, it's going to be less about does AI replace red teamers? It's more about, as a red teamer, do you know how to effectively leverage AI to be in a more effective red teamer, more efficient red teamer? So with that in mind, we have talked about internally, what does deceiving effective AI red teaming look like? Like what could we put in place to confuse agentic offensive systems into giving incorrect data? It's almost like injection poisoning, but from a defensive perspective.
Thank you.
Yep.
Will that be your next year presentation?
I have no idea what that sounds. I'll have to jump in with Blaze. We have a guy on our team named Blaze, and he looks into this kind of stuff quite a bit.
Any other questions for our presenters? Well, please give it up for Josh and Ben.
Welcome to the last talk of the day. Thank you for Desjardins for being 50% of the room. I'm just joking. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Simon and Charles-Alexandre. I have bios right here, but I'm just gonna riff it off. Local CTF players, members of the InfoSec community, responsible for the Ansible Alm project that they'll present today. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
All right, so thank you for coming, everyone. Our talk is entitled The Open Graph Diary, Attack Path Management Applied to Ansible. And we'll get into a tool that we've created, talk a bit about Bloodhound Open Graph, and what this means for attack path management as a whole. So first things first, as he said, we're members of this cyber community. We've been coming to the CTFs for years now in NorthSec and attending the conferences, and so we're really happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I'm Simon. I'm working in the same team as Charles-Alexandre in Desjardins Group. Before that, I was working in France.
Yeah. So we're both pen testers. Does it work? Parfait. So to talk about Open Graph, we need a scenario. We need some kind of line to talk about, something to graph. And so our scenario today will be about Bill. Bill is on a mission to compromise Luna Inc., and his main objective is to compromise Luna Inc.'s GitHub ecosystem, the main thing. The way he decided to go about it was trying to fish some users, and he landed one user internally, which is John. But John doesn't have much access. John is a junior developer, and he's pretty limited in his access in the AD on-prem and also in GitHub. He can only write on some branches, but not much. So where does Bill go from there? Bill loves graphs. He uses Bloodhound every day. He graphs everything he can all the time. But unfortunately, for this one time, there's not much he can go off of. This is kind of what he sees, but this is actually what he sees. So he only sees 2 group memberships on the internal AD. He sees that this John user is member of the domain users and the AWX developers group, but the domain users group can't really be leveraged for anything. It doesn't have any shenanigans. It's a dead end, and so he decides to look into what AWX developer is and means. So AWX stands for Ansible Works. Maybe Ansible talks to you, maybe you've used it or seen it once in your life. Ansible, at its core, is a CLI utility that's used to deploy infrastructure from playbooks, so YAML files, essentially. And over time, these playbooks and the infrastructure being deployed to got larger and more people got involved. Then this is when a need for a more enterprise-grade software manifested itself, and this is when AWX, Ansible Tower, and AAP came to be. AWX is the open source version that anybody can go and see the source code of, and you can audit the source code yourself, and you can deploy it yourself free of charge. Ansible Tower is the more supported version, so you have the Red Hat support tacked on top of it and a fee to be used. And AAP is the Net Plus Ultra, the latest one that's being deployed right now, and it's more of a Kubernetes-based application. But all the techniques that we'll be showcasing today work in all 3 of these softwares because they all rely on the source code from AWX and use the same APIs, the same concepts, and everything. So I do have to kind of info dump just a bit of information on Ansible so the scenario makes a bit more sense. So I'll start by defining the 3 user types that are available. There's the super user that's available in Ansible, which is akin to your domain admin. He can read and write everything in the instance. There's a system auditor, which is kind of like a global reader, so he can read everything but can't modify anything at all. And then finally, there are normal users, which are subject to the platform's RBAC, and their privileges vary greatly from one person to another, depending on their need day to day. The second thing I want to talk about is the resource hierarchy. So all the concepts that apply to the Ansible CLI apply to the AWX and Ansible Tower, etc., as a resource. So everything that you would use in the CLI does apply internally in this application, and this is how it is laid out. So every resource type is configured under an organization. I won't go into details about every single one of these resources, but I'll brush up on organization, credential, and job templates in the next few slides. So the organization contains all of.
So Ansible Hound is using Open Graph, just like if you were at the presentation of SpectreOps just before. Open Graph has been released in Bloodhound last summer, and the idea of Open Graph is to extend the Bloodhound capabilities. So before last summer, Bloodhound was able to graph Active Directory on-premise and Entra ID, but now you have the ability to graph all the other technology you want. So you can graph GitHub, Okta, etc. You will find a library online. So a lot of people from the community or from SpectreOps released open source collectors, and you can use these collectors to assess multiple kinds of technologies. So we'll have a quick overview of how did we implement Ansible Hound. So Ansible Hound can take two kinds of accounts. You can use your local account with username and password or a token, but you can also use your Active Directory account, giving, for example, the domain controller IP, so Ansible Hound will be able to authenticate on LDAP. Using the credential, Ansible Hound will gather all the resources and the relationships using the API. Then it will build all the graph using Go Open Graph, which is a library on Go developed by SpectreOps. Once the graph is built, he will print everything in a JSON file, and you will just have to drag and drop the file inside Bloodhound, and it will map your Ansible organization, just like it did for other technology.
All right, so now that we know all about what Ansible is, the web platforms, I mean, and also what the Hound does, let's call it, as we called it in the slides, Bill can start analyzing the actual graph that results from collecting the Ansible instance that he's currently attacking. And so what we're seeing now is that John is member of a developer team. And from this developer team, transitively, he gets access as an administrator to the dev inventory. He also gets an execute role onto the job template called deploy application. Now, from this point, you might think that's not really interesting, but Bill digs deeper through Bloodhound, and he sees that this job template uses two credentials. One is called AWX users, which represents a machine credential that's used to actually connect to the system and deploy the target playbook. And the other one is called bot account token. In this context, bot account token is a custom credential. These credentials are meant to be used by the playbooks being executed, and they're typically injected into the environment when it's executing, or they're in extra variables that are then consumed by your playbook. Another thing that's interesting is that this job template allows the launcher of the job to choose which inventory it uses, which introduces his administrative access to dev to be used by the job template. It also allows him to choose a limit, which just represents the limited scope that you would expect to deploy on. So here it can be an IP, it can be a group or a DNS, something like that, just to limit the scope of that execution, considering inventories can be thousands of hosts. So Bill decides to try and poison this inventory. There's a concept in Ansible in which you can configure variables at different layers. And this one, you can configure them inside of the inventory at the top layer, and they will apply to every single host within that inventory. What's interesting here is which kind of variable he configured. So he configured an Ansible connection variable. This is used by the Ansible client to inform about how to act, how to connect to the system, which Python interpreter to use when there, and everything that the client needs to successfully execute the playbook. But in this case, he uses Ansible host, and he configures it in a mean way, let's say. He uses the vars magic variable, which in the context of Ansible Works represents the top layer of the dictionary containing all extra variables. And so he doesn't even need to know what the variable with the secret is called. He can just configure it as the Ansible host. And as you might expect, this variable is usually a string. It's not a dictionary. And so what happens is the following here. The job just crashes in a verbose manner, and it prints the whole extra vars dictionary onto the std out here, allowing Bill to take the secret that was previously secret and use it for his own gains. So another thing that's interesting with Ansible is that most users can enumerate most users of the platform. So Bill enumerated the users and noticed that there was an account actually called bot. a bot account. So he put 2 and 2 together, understood that this was an API token for that account, and then ran Ansible Hound, again. And then what happened is that it opened up the path to new nodes, new edges, and made him go further. So this is what then it looks like. The bot account has an administrative edge to a project named production. A project, I didn't mention it earlier, but in the context of Ansible, it's a link to source code. In this case, it's a link to GitHub, but it could be a link to GitLab or any other SCM, and the credential that's being used is configured inside of there. Through this edge, he can do certain tradecraft, and I'll leave it to Simon to explain what they are.
Yeah, we can see that there is 3 edges on the graph, but there is one edges which is very different from the others. So you have IT admin and IT users. They represent real relationships that you can find if you look inside Ansible. But the third one, IT compromise with fake SCM, does not represent one relationship. It represents multiple relationships inside Ansible. It is a post-processing edge. Post-processing in the context of Bloodhound is a step that arrives after the creation of all the other natural edges. It's a step that supports the attack path analysis. So most of the time, it's on Bloodhound directly. So for example, for Sharphound and Otherhound, it's not inside the collector. But at the time of writing, it was not available to do it for the Open Graph collectors inside Bloodhound. So we implement it directly inside Ansible Hound. We'll just have an example, so it will be easier to understand. So on the top of the screen, you can see that we have one user who can use one credential, and this credential is a machine kind credential. So there's a lot of kind of credential inside Ansible. When you see that, if you don't know what to do with it, and you don't know the tradecraft that allows you to compromise this credential, you're not going to go far away, even if it's a beautiful graph. But with post-processing, you will just have one edge, and the edge is IT compromise with honeypot, and it indicates you that you can compromise this credential using this user. So we'll not dig up in this tradecraft, but it's a well-known tradecraft inside Ansible, and this post-processing edge has been already implemented inside Ansible Hound. So the idea of post-processing is to do all the thinking for you. So you just have to look for attack path edges instead of looking for multiple edges, and you don't need to know all the tradecraft and the conditions that you need to perform the attack. So here is the IT compromise with fake SCM edge that Bill found on Ansible Hound. This edge needs two conditions. The user needs to be administrator of the project, and the project needs to use the credentials. As you can see in the screen, there is a source control URL. So most of the time, it contains a legitimate URL that allows Ansible to authenticate in GitHub, for example. And if you're administrator of the project, you can update this URL to an IP server that you own and you control. So it will lead the project to synchronize directly on your server. When you update a project, it will be automatically updated. So you just have to wait a few seconds, and it will authenticate on your server. Here we have a very simple Flask application in Python that just exposes a port asking for authorization each time. So when the project has been updated, Ansible will try to access to the server, thinking that it's a GitHub project. The application will ask for authentication, so Ansible will leak the credential, which is a GitHub token. If we take a step back, we can just ask ourselves, why is there a GitHub credential inside Ansible? And that's the same question that Bill is asking himself. So before dig in the relationship between GitHub and Ansible, let's explain what's a hybrid attack path. So in most of the modern environment, you will find a lot of technologies, and all the technologies are interconnected. There is no company with just one Ansible or one Active Directory. Most of the time, you will have a lot of technologies, and all the technologies will be connected all together, resulting in a very fragmented identity surface. The idea of hybrid attack path is to use Open Graph to go from one technology to another. So let's remember at the beginning, we had an Active Directory user, and this user was able to authenticate on Ansible. So this is a hybrid hedge between Active Directory and Ansible. If you want to perform hybrid attack path attack, you need obviously to use multiple collectors because each technology is using one collectors. So you need to perform multiple collection and to load everything in Bloodhound to display the hybrid attack path. Let's go back to Ansible and GitHub. So Ansible and GitHub are connected through two ways. You can have Ansible projects using GitHub to store the playbook. So all the versioning of the playbook will be put on GitHub. But to authenticate on GitHub, Ansible need to have some credentials containing GitHub identity. And to do that, you just have to create one credential, as we can see here. Here we can see that one user put his username, and inside the password field, he can put token. You can also use SSH key. Using this credential, Ansible will be able to authenticate directly on GitHub using the user identity. And this is why, in this case, Bill was able to compromise GitHub token because Ansible was trying to access GitHub. So in Ansible Hound, we choose to map this hybrid attack path between Ansible and GitHub. So as you can see in the JSON, which is the result of all the mapping in Ansible Hound, you have one edge, which is 80 credential of, and it represents the link between an Ansible credential and a GitHub user. So if you have a look on the start node, you can see that it's an Ansible base, which represents a node inside Ansible, and the end node is a GH base, which represents a GitHub node. So it performs a link between two technologies.
All right, so now that we know exactly how the link happens between Ansible and GitHub, let's check how someone, or Bill in this case, could map what this GitHub token has access to and then bridge the gap between the two. So what he did is he went on the community and used the GitHound collector, which was coded by Jared Atkinson over at SpectreOps. And this essentially takes your token and does the same thing that Ansible Hound does, but for GitHub. So it extracts every role that you can see, every role that you have of the organization, the repos, all of that is configured and extracted into a JSON that you can then put in your Bloodhound. Once that was done, the two graphs existed, but separately. And so then what he did is rerun Ansible Hound with the -- GitHub flag, which what this does is just add these hybrid edges into your JSON output so that these edges are actually rendered inside of Bloodhound. And this is what it looks like. So you can see that the bot user is able to compromise the GitHub token. And then from this GitHub token, it represents an identity in GitHub. And then we're now in GitHound, essentially the output of GitHound. And you can see that this user has administrative roles to 3 different repos, which represent the playbooks of the Luna app, the source code of the Luna app, and the Terraform playbook, the Terraform recipes, which means that essentially Bill succeeded. He compromised the whole GitHub ecosystem for this small company that only used these 3 repos through the Eve Luna Inc. identity. And this is something that we've seen, but it does happen that someone configures his own personal access token inside of a system like that, and then the access can be obtained and compromised by an attacker who is going to use it for more than just cloning code in this case. So it's kind of the payday for Bill. He configures his GHCLI, iterates over these repos, downloads them locally, writes his reports, goes on vacation, and it's over for him. He's happy. His mission is completed. He achieved his objective. Before we end this talk, I want to talk about another edge which is the AT valid for. It's also a post-processing one, but it's more oriented at the potential defenders or system administrators of these platforms in the room. If you can run this tool as a system auditor, and you can maybe use this edge, it represents where your credential is used explicitly. So it resolves the limit and it extracts which credentials is used for which host. So that way you can map if a credential is used 1,000 times across the board, maybe for patching or something, or if it breaks your environment boundary. So is a credential used in development and then in certification and then in production as well? So is there overlap there? So this is what this edge is for, and it can give a really good quick wins to patch and remove and maybe identify dangerous credentials in your infrastructure right now. So this is the idea for this edge, and we just wanted to shout it out before we close out. This is what it looks at the end, the complete scenario. So we have John, which doesn't really have any access on AD on-prem, and so he pivots in Ansible. And from there, he's a member of a team who can execute a template. And from this template, he compromises a token for another identity in Ansible, which is the bot user. And from there, he can take over a GitHub account, which leads him to complete his objective. And so this includes a complete graph. The only thing that we couldn't really map in our scenario is the going from the compromising the actual AWX token to the identity, just because it's a situational edge. So it's not in the graph, but it is technically the whole attack path here. I'll leave it to Simon to close out.
Yeah. So just as a conclusion, we hope that we demystify underexploited technology, but both by attackers and defenders. But Ansible is a very fertile surface for attackers. There is credential storage, execution technology, and there is a wide range of threat graphs that exist and you can exploit on Ansible. Secondly, the graph theory is a good answer to assess Ansible. It helps to find attack paths using graph theory. Otherwise, it would be very complicated to know what you can do just using the user interface. And finally, Ansible Hound does not focus only on Ansible, but it maps Ansible inside the whole identity surface. So it gave you the ability to perform maybe lateral movement between your technology, and it creates a bridge, as we can see, between Active Directory and GitHub. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh, any questions? All right. Well, that's it for day one. There's a podcast in this room right after, and there are the lightning talks at 6:30, and there's also the hockey game at 7, but that's in the other room. Thank you so much.
1, 2. Allô? Est-ce que ça se rend-tu dans la salle?
Ouais.
Ouais.
Ouais. OK.
Est-ce que le monsieur du son nous confirme? Non, il confirme rien.
Non, non, mais je pense que oui. Là, mais...
Oh,
Hein?
no more music.
Ben oui.
Moi aussi.
C'est sûr.
Ah, la technique sur le menton, s'il vous plaît.
Ouais, sur le
Quand vous avez
menton.
parlé.
Bonjour. Mange-le.
Les autres
Alors,
ont déjà
miam,
passé.
miam.
Hello. Bonjour. Bonjour. Monsieur Dusson, c'est OK?
Monsieur Dusson.
Parfait. Excellent. Ben... Bienvenue Polysécure, épisode spécial NorthSec, le panel. C'est rendu plus qu'une fois que je le fais. Je suis très heureux. À chaque année, c'est des gens différents qui sont là, ou pour la plupart. J'ai des personnes stables. Fait que je vais vous laisser vous présenter. Commençons par ma gauche, puis on descend comme ça. Puis après ça, je vais vous lancer dans le sujet. Puis j'espère que la bataille va prendre. Et on a amené Charles pour être sûr que la bataille pogne.
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, c'est François Labrèche. Je suis un Principal Data Scientist à Sophos. Donc, je travaille principalement avec du machine learning, des LLM dans un SOC, dans un contexte de XDR. Donc, travailler avec des alertes, des détecteurs, des trucs comme ça.
Et moi, François Proulx, VP à la recherche en sécurité chez Boost Security, une start-up à Montréal. Je gère une petite équipe de recherche. On fait principalement de la recherche de vulnérabilité dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement logiciel. En particulier, notre spécialité, c'est tout ce qui est exploitation des build pipelines. Voilà.
Alain Choquette, magicien. Sinon aussi Charles, le gars qui veut se battre visiblement. En fait, je suis super pacifiste. Là. Charles, je fais des red teams, je travaille chez Cypher. C'est un peu moins intéressant que la vie d'Alain Choquette, mais bon.
Salut, moi c'est Christian Paquin. Je suis un développeur cryptographique chez Microsoft Research, originaire de Montréal. Maintenant, je suis chez nos voisins du Sud, travailler pour les grosses corporations.
Charles F. Hamilton, je travaille chez Cypher. Philippe Pébos-Petitclerc, je suis étudiant à l'UQAM. Autrement...
à quel niveau?
Ouais, à l'école. Je suis un étudiant au doctorat avec M. Jean Privat, qui est là-bas. Autrement, j'ai une petite compagnie qui commence de pentest, puis je suis un avide fan de CTF.
Cool. J'aime beaucoup la diversité, puis c'est justement le point de vous avoir là, de cet effet de diversité, au-delà du fait que je faisais des blagues, mais tu as fait des blagues pour emmener le monde dans la salle, fait que, bon, c'est...
Ouais, exact, c'est ça. Non, mais moi, Alain Choquette, je l'adore d'amour, là, fait que si pour une fois dans ma vie, je peux prétendre être lui, c'est une réussite.
Me voici. On va parler de l'éléphant qui est dans la pièce.
Alain Choquette.
Alain Choquette, parce qu'on va parler du Magic AI. Cet objet qui nous fait tant parler, tant halluciner, tant triper. On a eu Mythos qui est sorti il y a quelques temps, enfin l'espèce de plus grande démonstration de marketing qui a été faite, genre ever. C'est vraiment spectaculaire à quel point on a un moteur marketing fort chez cette compagnie. Ils doivent brûler de l'argent, là, pas en token, mais vraiment en marketing. C'est fou. Mais cela étant, au-delà du fait que c'est une grosse campagne marketing, ça a eu quand même un effet en tout cas, étonnant pour moi à quel point en cyber, on a comme paniqué quand c'est arrivé pour des raisons qui sont obscures. Mais en même temps, c'est quand même le réaliser qu'on a dans les mains, puis Opus 4.6 le faisait avant que Mythos arrive, une capacité de trouver des vulnérabilités qu'on n'était pas capable de trouver avant. C'est essentiellement ça l'élément et dans le fond, l'industrialisation des vulnérabilités, ce que bon, je pense qu'il y a des gens qui sont en train de se blesser en arrière. J'espère qu'ils ne vont pas mourir. J'espère pour eux autres. Donc, on est rendu dans un contexte d'industrialisation qui n'était pas possible. Avant, on avait des bug bounty qui nous servaient à faire ce genre de choses-là. Maintenant, on a Mythos, ou en tout cas, peu importe le modèle AI qui est là. J'aimerais vous entendre là-dessus parce que ça va avoir des effets, même si on ne veut pas, et sur ce qui s'en vient vers nous, puis comment tout ça va modifier ce qui est... on ne va pas perdre notre job demain matin, mais ce qui va modifier la perspective de cybersécurité dans les prochaines années et comment vous envisagez qu'on va modifier notre travail parce que... Bref, on a chacun dans des domaines différents. Ça a des effets différents. J'aimerais ça feu. Pendant que les autres se tuent en arrière, nous autres,
Ouais. Moi, j'ai écouté le podcast avec Nicole Pearl-Roth qui a écrit un livre phénoménal. Si vous ne l'avez pas lu, le livre s'appelle This is how they tell me the world ends. Et elle a interviewé Nicolas Carlini de Anthropic, justement sur ce sujet-là, puis parler justement de l'accélération des zero day, de baisser la bar of entry, de trouver ces zero day. Puis, mais oui, je suis d'accord avec toi, il y a vraiment eu un gros hype marketing hallucinant. J'ai eu même des gens, je ne vais pas les nommer, mais des venture capital qui m'ont appelé en panique, me demandant est-ce que je dois comme mettre de l'argent en dessous de mon matelas, changer mes stratégies d'investissement, whatever. Non. Puis j'ai pris 1 heure de mon temps pour expliquer. Puis à la fin, comme OK, je comprends un peu mieux. Mais clairement, oui, ça l'a shaké bien des gens, mais ça va coûter pas mal cher de tokens, je pense, quand ils vont arrêter de subsidize.
Ouais, c'est un peu c'est un peu étrange de voir ça en étant data scientist qui travaille avec des LLM à chaque semaine. En fait, les modèles s'améliorent à chaque semaine. J'ai vu des talks de Carlini il y a des semaines avant Mythos où il montrait déjà des vulnérabilités qu'il trouvait dans le kernel Linux et des trucs comme ça. Puis après Mythos sort, qui trouve peut-être plus de vulnérabilité, mais c'est essentiellement la continuation de ce qui est déjà en route. Mais pour une raison X, probablement à cause du marketing, celui-là fait
Brand
vraiment...
name, beau trademark. C'est un bon nom. Ça fait plus peur que
Ouais,
Opus,
non,
peut-être.
c'est vrai que c'est un bon nom. Ouais. Mais essentiellement, ouais, c'est ça qui est bizarre. Je pense pas que Mythos est particulièrement plus dangereux que les autres. Ça reste du vulnerability scanning. Puis il est plus puissant, il y a plus de paramètres. Mais après, c'est tout le temps intéressant de voir jusqu'où ils peuvent se rendre en termes de détecter des vulnérabilités. Malheureusement, Mythos, c'est un peu un flou parce qu'ils l'ont pas sorti comme tel. Ils font juste un peu tâter le terrain.
Ouais, c'est un mythe, en fait. C'est un mythe, littéralement. Là,
ouais. Ben, peut-être que Microsoft a accès, je sais pas.
Oui, moi, c'est sûr, j'ai des collègues qui ont accès. Bon, c'est pas répandu à beaucoup, mais ouais, ça reste intéressant. Je suis d'accord au fait que depuis les 2 dernières années, ça va doucement et des fois, il y a comme un plateau qui est atteint et que ce soit juste par marketing ou vraiment une habileté technique. Serait-ce qu'en moyenne, ça continue d'augmenter et ça ne régressera jamais à un niveau. Donc, à chaque fois qu'on a une conscience générale des capacités de ces trucs-là, et là, ne serait-ce que à faciliter le travail de façon à ce que des gens moins techniques puissent avoir accès et découvrir des choses, ça reste intéressant. Moi, personnellement, je suis un maximaliste de l'IA dans l'utilisation.
Token maxing.
Je suis un développeur depuis 20 ans à peu près en crypto. Et là, ça fait 1 an que je n'ai pas écrit une ligne de code. Je suis devenu maintenant un manager de système AI. Et c'est autant dans la défense ou l'attaque. Peu importe le domaine, je crois qu'il faut sauter sur les outils comme ça puis se les approprier.
Mais aussi, ce qui est intéressant dans la vie, je suis quand même quelqu'un de fait. Puis je me suis permis justement un article là-dessus la semaine passée. J'ai un blog en ligne, puis j'ai écrit un article. En fait, je regardais les attaques sur le blog. C'était vraiment intéressant parce qu'il y a un pattern qui a émergé, des URL qui étaient définitivement le pattern typique de l'AI, d'essai-erreur pour comprendre son chemin. Puis ce qui est intéressant en fait de ça, c'est que même si l'AI est bon, on a tendance à oublier souvent dans le discours qu'il y a l'attaquant dans l'équation aussi. L'attaquant n'est pas nécessairement qualifié pour utiliser l'AI. Puis en fait, c'est ça qui revenait dans ces attaques-là. Vous excuserez l'anglicisme, mais c'était un peu brain dead ce que ça faisait, là. Donc c'est juste quelqu'un qui dépensait des tokens un peu pour aller nulle part. Puis c'est un trend. L'AI est disponible. Encore là, tu as des gourous AI sur LinkedIn qui apparaissent à toutes les semaines avec leur façon d'utiliser l'AI.
À toutes les heures.
À toutes les heures, c'est encore mieux. Mais la réalité, c'est que je pense que même les solutions qui conçoivent l'AI, ça bouge tellement rapidement que ce qui était vrai hier ne l'est pas nécessairement demain. Ce qui est l'optimisation de hier n'est pas nécessairement aussi pertinente pour demain. Puis ça se voit aussi dans les attaquants. C'est un produit qu'eux aussi découvrent en même temps que nous. Puis oui, il y a des attaques. Puis justement, le truc de Mythos avec BSD et tout ça, le coût déjà associé à cette recherche-là, c'est pas tout le monde qui peut se permettre de dépenser 20 000 $ dans son sous-sol pour arriver avec une vulnérabilité qui ne va pas nécessairement avoir de vraie valeur. Puis de ce que moi, j'ai vu dans les attaques réelles, il y a définitivement de l'AI qui est utilisé. Mais est-ce que c'est pertinent? Est-ce que ça les rend plus dangereux? En fait, de mon point de vue, c'est le contraire. Ça les appauvrit, puis ça amène des résultats qui, en fait, amènent rien du tout. Donc, il y a aussi cette réalité-là. Je pense que souvent, on n'a pas beaucoup dans les discussions d'AI, là.
Oui, mais je pense qu'il faut faire la part des choses. Oui, avec l'expérience, j'utilise DLM. J'ai été vraiment un early adopter pour du vulnerability research, exactement pour ce genre de scénario-là depuis le début, là, depuis 2022. Et j'ai vu l'évolution. On a développé nous-mêmes nos harness de agentic pour faire ça à scale. Puis oui, je crois au marketing jusqu'à un certain point, mais il faut faire la part des choses entre découvrir des vulnérabilités, en découvrir plus vite, mais ensuite, est-ce qu'elles sont vraiment exploitables dans la réalité? Tu peux trouver plein de vulnérabilités qu'il n'y a pas vraiment de moyens d'exploiter en pratique une fois que c'est déployé. Comme par exemple des choses là, qui sont c'est plus de local privilege escalation, mais si la façon que c'est déployé dans 80% des cas, c'est même pas pratique, c'est comme de crier au loup puis de dropper des zero day all day long. Puis ensuite, il y a le côté de patching. C'est comme, OK, s'il y a comme 100 fois plus de CVE, ça veut pas dire que les gens vont patcher 100 fois plus vite. Ça a toujours été un problème. L'année dernière, on était ici sur le stage à parler de MITRE, NVD, puis tout ce drama-là. C'est encore, au final, ce que ça a fait, c'est qu'ils ont juste décidé d'arrêter d'enrich.
Un an plus tard, on est exactement à la même place qu'on a parlé l'année passée. C'est pas atroce, ça, un peu comme situation. Là. Puis on s'inquiète du AI de l'autre côté. Là.
Ouais.
Qu'est-ce qui a changé depuis 10 ans, en fait? On n'a jamais eu autant de produits de sécurité, de solutions de sécurité, de gens en cyber. Il n'y a jamais eu autant de brèches. Donc, clairement, the system doesn't work. Puis, pour revenir un peu à Mythos, là, justement, l'aspect marketing aussi, on peut faire dire un peu ce qu'on veut aux chiffres. Là. C'est BSD qui a été choisi. Concrètement, il y a très peu de gens qui font de la recherche sur BSD parce que c'est en bas d'1% du marché. Donc, c'est sûr que ce code-là a été beaucoup moins revu, analysé parce qu'il n'y a pas d'intérêt à aller découvrir une vulnérabilité pour un attaquant. Il n'y a pas de surface d'attaque. Donc, il y a ça aussi. J'ai vu des trucs passer là, que supposément que la vulnérabilité sur BSD, c'est une vulnérabilité qui date de 2007, en fait, de d'autres kernels qui n'avaient juste jamais été portés dans BSD. Donc, encore là, c'était techniquement déjà connu, là.
Oui, je pense que j'avais vu que pendant le modèle avait déjà appris la vulnérabilité.
Exact,
donc, c'était dans le training data en partie. Mais sinon, on peut regarder, il y a eu 2-3 CVE de Linux dans les dernières semaines qui ont été trouvés, non pas avec Mythos, mais avec les modèles qui sont déjà dans les mains de tous les gens. Puis, donc, ça prouve quand même que les modèles qu'on a déjà sont tout à fait capables de trouver des choses potables. C'est quand même des ventes pertinentes, mais bon.
Je vais juste me interjecter une petite affaire. Les vulnérabilités des dernières semaines ont été trouvées par des humains très, très, très compétents. Les gens de Theory, c'est des malades. Puis quand que le gars... dans le fond, les gars de Theory qui ont trouvé, mettons, Copyfail, le gars savait que Splice faisait de quoi de vraiment weird d'avance puis que ça jouait avec la cache. Puis la façon que populé le contexte de son LLM, personne qui n'était pas lui pouvait le faire.
Oui, ça, je suis 100% d'accord. Puis je le vois de mon expérience à l'utiliser. Garbage in, garbage out. Tu sais, c'est la façon que tu promptes, ça a un impact direct sur la qualité de ce qui arrive. Donc, n'importe quelle once de know-how humain que tu vas rajouter par-dessus, juste comme « Go find me Vons, please », ça fait une différence incroyable. Donc, je suis 100% d'accord avec toi.
Bon, on peut faire le même parallèle. Mettons, ce gars-là, si on aurait dit va auditer BSD, est-ce que en termes de salaire humain, ça aurait probablement coûté beaucoup moins que 20 000 pour trouver la même finalité, en fait, parce qu'il y a l'expertise, il y a le knowledge, puis un LLM aussi, des fois, souvent, sont trainés sur un peu tous les sujets de la Terre, là, tandis que ce gars-là, il est très spécialisé, très niche-là. Puis je pense justement que les gens qui parlent souvent de on va tout être remplacé par l'AI, je pense que la différence, c'est que les gens vont se spécialiser dans un domaine. Le concept de généraliste va être de moins en moins là, mais tu vas avoir quelqu'un qui, ce partie-là de la cyber ou d'un système, c'est sa force. Puis je pense qu'en fait, c'est là qu'on va finir par aller parce que justement, les généralistes, les LLM qu'on a en ce moment sont quand même assez généralistes, là. Ceux qui sont disponibles en ligne.
J'ai juste aussi un petit commentaire à faire sur. Tu parlais tantôt de certains trucs brain dead. En fait, c'est pas très important de savoir comment une attaque elle arrive. Et moi, chez nous, j'ai des fourmis. Puis j'ai une fourmi, elle se promène au hasard, puis bon, tu l'écrases. Puis il y en a un autre là-bas. Puis le lendemain, il y en a 50 qui ont trouvé le petit spot. Puis ça y est, là, j'ai une invasion.
Ouais.
Fait que ces systèmes-là, c'est un peu comme ça. Il y a du monde qui va essayer, qui vont balayer tout ça de façon non efficace. C'est sûr que l'expert va pouvoir utiliser ces outils-là de façon plus efficace, mais le fait que ça va être éparpillé partout, il va y avoir plein de trucs qui vont tomber juste parce que ces outils-là deviennent de plus en plus puissants.
Ah oui, définitivement, mais encore là, comme François disait, la qualité de la personne qui l'utilise aussi fait partie du résultat. Puis mon point, c'est vraiment, c'est les attaquants en ce moment n'ont pas nécessairement cette capacité-là. C'est pas tout le monde que ça fait 4 ans qu'ils jouent avec les LLM puis qui ont réussi à les optimiser comme tu as fait. Puis il y a un coût en temps, il y a un coût monétaire à tout ça. Donc ça aussi, je pense que ça joue dans l'équation.
On est clairement dans une ère où on a eu le gateway drug, on s'est offert, le pusher nous a donné les tokens pour pas cher, mais en pratique, ce que Mythos, c'est vraiment le vrai coût, comme tu l'as dit. On prend en rouler genre 1000 VM 1000 fois pour en avoir une fois. Alors brûler, en pratique, c'est pas très réaliste.
Ça coûte cher. Puis tu sais, pour faire l'analogie avec tes fourmis, quand je disais il n'y a rien qui a changé depuis 10 ans, le problème, c'est la visibilité, en fait. C'est de savoir qu'il y a des fourmis qui essaient de rentrer dans ta maison. Puis c'est ça qu'on remarque souvent, surtout quand on fait des exercices Red Team. Ce qui manque souvent, c'est de la visibilité réseau. Tu vas avoir les clients avec des EDR, mais si l'EDR n'a rien à te dire, après ça, les gens n'investissent pas dans ces logiciels-là. C'est pas nécessairement adopté. Puis je pense que c'est ce problème-là qu'on doit adresser dans les prochaines années, d'être capable de voir ce qui se passe, d'être capable d'écraser les fourmis, parce qu'au lieu d'en avoir une, peut-être qu'on va en avoir 1000 en parallèle, en fait.
Moi, personnellement, je pense que les EDR, ils marchent très bien. Non, c'est pas vrai.
Combien de trillions d'événements?
Non, mais c'est justement où je m'en allais. En fait, maintenant, avec Mythos et les LLM, les agents qui ont un peu du doomsday, maintenant, tout le monde, c'est accessible. C'est un peu la certaine rhétorique qui a amené que tout le monde aurait accès plus facilement aux attaques et tout. Mais personnellement, nous, on gère comme un XDR. Je vois les alertes des clients et c'est pas particulièrement plus gros depuis 3 mois que c'était il y a 6 mois, alors que ce serait le cas, on aurait une explosion exponentielle. Juste des alertes, des signaux, n'importe quoi. Ce qui n'est pas vraiment le cas pour l'instant, mais surtout pour des LLM, que c'est des agents que tu aurais justement un peu brain dead, qui essaient tout. Donc, ça c'est très noisy comme attaque. Ça ne semble pas être le cas pour l'instant. Mais...
Puis déjà là, il y a une présomption que ces agents-là sont comme autonomes. Ils ne sont pas opérés par des humains. Puis c'est aussi, dans la littérature grand public, c'est oui, il s'est sauvé de son sandbox. Ça, c'est comme... Oui, non, mais c'est exactement ça. C'est comme si ces machines-là avaient un âme et une volonté réelle par elles-mêmes. Et quand moindrement tu l'utilises, ça n'a aucune volonté, cette affaire-là. C'est inerte tant que tu n'as pas dit de faire quelque chose. Fait que, tu sais, ça ne s'invente pas, genre, sortir du sandbox parce que par magie, ton sandbox était vraiment mauvais, là, par ailleurs. Là, s'il sort de là, qu'est-ce que tu as pensé? Mais le deuxième élément là-dedans, c'est qu'on a comme l'impression que ça a comme une volonté, puis ça a zéro. Tu n'as pas d'humain en arrière de la machine, il ne se passera juste rien.
Oui, sauf que ça a été voulu d'être accessible. On pense par exemple au fiasco d'OpenClaw. Ça a été vendu comme étant l'outil que tout le monde pouvait utiliser. Excusez, je parle à la voix. Ça a été marketé comme installe ça, puis ça va changer ta vie. Donc, il y a des gens, tu parles de sandbox, le commun des mortels n'a aucune idée de ce que c'est une sandbox. Puis, je l'ai dit plusieurs fois, je le redis, les gens en TI puis en cyber, on est biaisés. On assume que les gens comprennent les ordinateurs. Pour le commun des mortels, un point UXE, chose. Tu cliques dessus, ça ouvre un truc, ça fait quelque chose, puis on a tendance à oublier ça. Une sandbox, pour quelqu'un qui a installé OpenClaw parce que son neveu lui a dit de le faire, ça veut rien dire. C'est pas, lui a dit hey, ça va t'aider à trier tes courriels. Ça se peut qu'à demander OpenClaw, tu lui dises pourrais-tu trouver ça, puis il essaie de payer quelque chose pour toi, puis qu'il sorte parce qu'il fait juste essayer de t'aider dans son algorithme, mais l'humain ne comprend pas ça.
Ouais, mais si tu prends spécifiquement OpenClaw, puis c'est un exemple que je trouve ça.
3 mois, toutes les nouvelles sont venues très grand public. Je vais aussi parler de la rapidité qu'on a à patcher des trucs qui ont été créés. C'est le plus grand risque, je pense, c'est le bandwidth humain qu'on a. Je sais que moi, en développement, on travaille avec des équipes, nouveaux produits, on est 4-5 collègues, on travaille sur un truc. Puis le nombre de codes qu'on doit reviser des autres qui a été généré par l'AI, on n'a plus le volume de revision. Fait autant pour créer des nouveaux outils en les utilisant de façon positive, on essaie de se défendre contre ces trucs-là. Je pense qu'en tant que société, on a à s'adapter, de dire, OK, on n'a pas beaucoup de recul à savoir quel est l'impact.
Oui, puis on parle de mythos qui trouvent des vulnérabilités, mais je peux vous pointer des tonnes d'exemples où les LLM ont rajouté des vulnérabilités. Il y en a pelleté des exemples de supply chain attack où c'est Cloud Code committed, rubber stamped par un humain, mergé, exploité littéralement 5 heures après.
Tu parles d'NPM, puis de Python, puis tous ces trucs-là. Là.
Oui.
Moi, je pense que la solution, c'est qu'on tue JavaScript, là, déjà. En levant la main dans la salle, on a des gens d'accord. Quand même. Mais tu sais, en même temps, on fait des blagues avec JavaScript, mais cette personne-là écrit un langage de programmation, puis pas moi. Fait que, en même temps, je lui lève quand même mon chapeau. Mais encore là, puis tout le concept de packaging, puis de versioning, puis tout ça, même les développeurs, je pense qu'ils sont perdus là-dedans. Puis c'est drôle parce que on parle souvent là, justement des clés Git qui sont leakées puis des trucs comme ça. Moi, un trend que je vois ce temps-ci, en fait, c'est des secrets d'application pour Azure qui sont leakés. Puis il y a un truc qui revient tout le temps, c'est que c'est dans des README avec des emojis puis du Unicode qui est clairement une belle signature de l'AI. Fait qu'en fait, il y a des gens qui vibe code des trucs, qui s'intègrent dans leur environnement Azure puis qui leak leurs clés pour des applications Azure. La beauté de ça, c'est que c'est fait pour se connecter sans MFI, rien de ça. Fait que c'est un client secret, l'application ID, tu peux directement te rendre là. Puis j'ai fait l'exercice il y a comme un mois, il y a 124 000 commits sur GitHub avec le keyword remove client secret, des trucs comme ça, c'est aberrant. La beauté encore, c'est que les attaquants n'ont pas compris ça. Ils commencent à découvrir les clés d'API, le device code phishing, puis ces trucs-là. Fait que nous, en tant que gens de l'industrie, on peut déjà essayer d'aller dire aux gens que ces clés-là ne devraient jamais se ramasser sur GitHub, puis de comprendre qu'un commit, ben, ce qui était là avant va exister pour toujours aussi, parce que c'est pas parce que tu l'effaces qu'il n'y a pas l'histoire, puis c'est partout. Fait que les vecteurs, comme tu dis, rajoutés par les AI sont vraiment rampants à gauche, à droite. On ne sait plus, puis un peu comme tu disais, la vitesse à laquelle tout ça est arrivé, c'est beaucoup pour l'ETI, la cyber, puis encore plus pour l'humain moyen qui n'a aucun intérêt pour l'ETI, la cyber, qui est exposé à ça malgré lui. Là.
Je pense un des gros problèmes qui m'énerve beaucoup, c'est on aime beaucoup créer plus de technologie juste pour le plaisir de créer plus de technologie, plus de code, mais au final, on fait juste souvent réinventer la roue. Yet another JSON parsing library, un YAML, il y en a comme 12 000 sur NPM. Pourquoi? Ça t'en prend une. Après, moi, j'ai dit, je boulerais tout NPM au complet. Je passerais genre 1 milliard de tokens de reasoning dessus, puis dire, au final, ce que vous voulez, c'est 100 librairies NPM, une qui se connecte à MySQL, une à Postgres, un qui parse du JSON, YAML, qui fait de l'arithmétique, whatever. OK, c'est correct, on a fini, on en a 100, good enough. Stop, on n'a plus besoin d'updater. Non, mais sans blague, les gens, des micro-nano-librairies sur NPM, toute cette surface d'attaque-là, plein de projets qui sont plus maintenus depuis des années. Probablement, le gars, il s'est fait tué par un autobus la semaine passée. Il y a tellement de choses dans les dépendances transites, c'est un shit show.
Complètement. Puis on revient aussi puis sur le fait du... j'aime bien parce que tu disais qu'il n'y avait pas une montée des attaques. Puis on a eu un talk, parce que j'ai vu une référence à toi en France, il n'y a pas tant longtemps.
Je suis un dangereux criminel.
Tout à fait. Et le point là-dedans, puis ça ramène au fait que les criminels, parce que c'est essentiellement ça les méchants, vont monter avec le niveau de l'eau. Fait que s'il n'y a pas plus d'attaques maintenant, c'est parce qu'on n'est pas meilleur qu'on était. Fait que pourquoi ils dépenseraient des tokens sur des choses qu'on n'est pas de toute façon pas très bon? Puis je veux dire, ce qui avait été référé, c'est une vieille attaque de toi il y a 10 ans, qui est référé dans un talk spécialisé en France maintenant, vraiment dans un talk niché en plus. Fait que, si on s'intéresse à ça là maintenant, donc les attaquants s'intéressent à ce que tu fais il y a 10 ans, eux, ils s'en foutent parce que les infrastructures actuelles sont pas prêtes pour des attaques d'il y a 10 ans.
On est d'accord. Puis le problème, les attaquants sont opportunistiques. Mettons un exercice de Red Team, on est mandaté par un client qui a généralement une meilleure posture de sécurité. L'attaquant trouve une vulnérabilité, trouve un morceau de code qui fonctionne pour lui. Ses cibles, c'est littéralement le monde entier. Puis d'ailleurs, le code à quoi tu fais référence, c'est un C2 que j'avais écrit quand j'étais chez Mendian dans le temps. Ça fait à peu près 10 ans. J'ai archivé ce code-là, je pense, il y a comme 5 ans. Puis il y a des attaquants qui ont décidé que ça allait être ce qu'ils allaient utiliser en 2026. Honnêtement, je recommande à personne d'utiliser ça contre un EDR moderne. C'était dans les années où le PowerShell était très à la mode. Mais on fait beaucoup de réponses d'incidents aussi où je travaille. Puis du PowerShell à gauche, à droite, tout le temps. Des trucs que je peux pas concevoir que quelqu'un fait, mais la réalité, c'est que ça fonctionne. Puis, je sais pas, en levant la main, est-ce qu'il y a des attaquants ou des groupes criminels dans la salle? Non, mais puis, tu sais, je fais des blagues, mais j'ai l'impression que ces gens-là sont déconnectés du milieu de la cyber. Est-ce qu'on a ces gens-là qui viennent apprendre dans des conférences? Est-ce qu'ils font des trainings? En vrai, je sais pas. Peut-être que j'ai trainé à travers les années des gens dans des groupes criminalisés, mais j'ai l'impression qu'ils vivent vraiment en marge. Puis on le voyait un peu avec la Corée du Nord, tout ça. Il y a eu une progression quand ils ont décidé d'ouvrir l'Internet à un groupe spécialisé. Ils se sont mis à avoir une progression technologique extrêmement plus rapide. Donc, j'ai vraiment de la misère un peu à comprendre l'écosystème des attaquants. D'où ma question, s'il y a quelqu'un dans la salle, peut-être nous parler un peu de l'écosystème.
A day in the life.
Ouais, parce que
tranche de vie, s'il vous plaît.
Exact, ça serait... Non, mais j'adorerais ça, pouvoir m'asseoir avec un groupe d'attaquants.
Même s'il y en avait juste une personne dans la salle.
Bon,
c'est pas représentatif.
On va garder ça anonyme. Là. On va vous appeler Alain Choquette pour les besoins de la cause. Mais j'ai l'impression vraiment qu'il y a un disconnect entre notre industrie et les criminels ou les attaquants qui sont state-sponsored ou peu importe en termes d'expertise, parce qu'encore là, ils n'ont pas besoin. Ils sont opportunistiques. Ils trouvent 100 000 endroits qui ont une vulnérabilité qu'ils ont trouvé. Bien, ils vont le faire sur ces 100 000-là. S'il y en a 10 000 qui sont secures, ça fait quand même 90 000 cibles avec un effort moindre. Donc,
ben, tu demandais pourquoi ça n'avait pas l'air de faire bouger le volume, que les LLM arrivent, mais ils n'ont juste pas besoin. Si l'idée, c'est de faire du cash, pourquoi je gaspillerais de l'argent quand les trucs gratuits que je peux spray marchent?
Oui, puis le bon vieux social engineering, si tu n'as pas besoin de tokens. En tout cas, tu peux bien utiliser des LLM pour générer des meilleurs phishing emails, puis ça, c'est sûr, là, mais c'est quand même une technique éprouvée.
Puis ce qui est vu, puis ça, c'est sorti dans les dernières semaines, que dans les forums criminels, justement, ils se plaignent de l'usage du LLM parce que ça fait des slops. Et même eux-mêmes, dans leur milieu criminel, ils sont fâchés contre les gens qui utilisent ça parce qu'ils trouvent qu'ils sont médiocres puis qu'ils devraient être meilleurs. Puis, il y a même cette compétition chez les méchants. Fait que c'est super drôle parce que ça, mais effectivement, les phishing sont meilleurs, mais l'ensemble de la job, c'est pas juste un phishing, c'est un enchaînement de choses. Puis je pense pas qu'on soit là. Puis d'ailleurs, où là, les criminels sont fâchés, ils disent ouais, lui, il est pas bon parce qu'il sait pas comment enchaîner ces choses. Fait on est vraiment dans un paradoxe. Puis clairement, je pense pas qu'ils vont dans les conférences parce que clairement, c'est pas à top là.
Non, puis il y aurait tout à gagner à faire ça, en vrai. Là.
Ou peut-être en fait ceux qui vont dans les conférences Ouais, ils ne détectent pas.
Peut-être, ben, on essaie de leur demander, mais ils ne se signalent pas. Fait que, bref, j'aurais essayé.
On devrait peut-être faire comme ils faisaient au DEF quand c'était spot de Fed, là, ça devrait être spot de criminal.
Ah, c'est bon, ça. Mais je pense que Jonathan Marcil, il me semble un peu décontracté.
Ouais, il est un peu too much habillé pour l'événement.
Je pense que ça cache quelque chose.
Il est un peu off par rapport aux autres.
Il n'était pas là qu'on a demandé.
C'est vrai.
Si les criminels
On avait
étaient
une
dans la
question
salle.
pour la salle, Jonathan Marcil. S'il y a des acteurs criminels dans la salle, juste levez la main.
On en voit un.
Ah, on en a un dans le fond, finalement. Est-ce que
OK, premièrement, le seul crime que je commets, c'est l'amour, OK? Bon, OK. Tu sais, le crime, là, des fois, là, on peut peut-être penser que c'est malicieux, mais des fois, c'est juste la curiosité, OK? Puis j'aimerais qu'on n'oublie pas ça, OK? Parce que être dans une conférence, c'est être curieux, right? Hacker des affaires, là, Charles, tu te rappelles là, quand tu faisais ça pour le fun, là, avant de faire une tonne de cash?
J'ai jamais commis de crime informatique. Moi, mon rêve, c'est de faire de la recherche en chimie organique, mais je suis pas bon à l'école. Fait que j'ai décidé de taper des trucs sur un ordinateur. C'est vrai,
là,
en
ça,
plus.
by the way, si vous avez vu ces talks, là, c'est tout le temps ça qu'il dit, là, fait qu'il l'a pratiqué. Mais genre, mon take, c'est que la curiosité, OK, elle fait en sorte que tu vas faire des choses, puis la légalité, là, c'est juste un frame que la société met, OK? Donc, si vous voulez aller repousser plus loin puis dire, OK, est-ce qu'un truc est légal ou pas, moi, j'irais plus, est-ce qu'un truc est moral ou pas à faire? Fait que de dire que les gens, c'est des criminels ou pas, s'ils ont des mauvaises intentions, je suis d'accord avec vous autres. S'ils ont des bonnes intentions puis qu'ils veulent faire avancer des choses, genre je pense que ça, c'est bon. T'sais. Fait que, c'est un truc qu'on a oublié, je pense, dans les dernières années, là, parce qu'on est tous rendus plus vieux avec d'autres mentions et tout ça. Mais les conférences comme ça, comme NorthSec, moi, je pense que c'est une des bonnes places pour rencontrer des gens qui ont des passions, qui ont des curiosités et tout ça. Puis pour moi, ça a plus d'importance du est-ce que c'est légal ou pas? Est-ce que j'ai le droit de reverser cette affaire-là ou pas? Il y a sûrement des trucs que vous avez pognés puis que vous avez fait comme hey, moi, je pense que peut-être que je peux creuser là-dedans, mais légalement, c'est un peu grey zone, là.
Merci, Jonathan, le criminel. C'était l'intervention du criminel dans la salle. On a un deuxième criminel. On a un deuxième criminel. Lui, il a des stretches puis des tatous. C'est pire, ça.
Un vrai criminel, là, moi, j'ai commencé ma carrière en cybersécurité il y a seulement 5 ans. Mais finalement, mon parcours de vie, c'était déjà prédestiné à devenir un cybercriminel parce que je m'excuse déjà à tous les gens qui habitaient sur le chemin Chambly, proche de l'amusement 222. J'ai hacké les cabines de téléphone quand j'étais petit pour enlever le coin return. Puis, on passait le jeudi soir, on mettait les fils ensemble, on pesait sur le piton, puis là, on avait comme 10$ en cash pour aller jouer dans les machines. Bien, je suis sûr que plusieurs d'entre vous ici, puis dans la communauté, on a tous commencé en faisant des niaiseries de même.
Oh non,
parce
le statute of limitation est passé. Sur tout ce que j'ai fait avec Jonathan Marcel quand on avait 12 ans.
Exactement. Là. Puis quelques années plus tard, je travaillais pour une institution financière que ton login, c'était littéralement une swipe card. Ben, l'ancien forum, il y avait une arcade au rez-de-chaussée, puis au lieu d'être des 25 cents, c'était une swipe card. Moi, arrivant au bureau, je m'étais dit, c'est quoi qu'il y a là-dessus? Je l'ai swipé, j'ai regardé dans un X-Editor, puis j'ai vu littéralement en hexadécimal un nombre de jetons. Je m'étais dit, ça peut pas être aussi simple que ça. Je suis juste allé l'éditer. J'ai joué gratis pendant 3 ans. Mes gars en bas à l'admin, ils me demandaient combien je dépensais par mois dans les arcades parce que je payais des tournées à tout le monde avec ma carte. Puis quand j'ai donné ma démission, je leur ai donné la mèche de ce que je faisais. Ils m'ont tout envoyé chier solide parce qu'eux, ils ne voulaient pas avoir de l'air cheap. Fait qu'ils essayaient de m'accoter. Fait qu'eux autres ont dépensé leur paye pendant que moi, je faisais juste rajouter des crédits à l'ordinateur. Mais peu importe ce qu'ils vont vous dire sur la légalité des choses, tout ce qui a mené aux gens à venir dans l'industrie, c'est la curiosité. Puis à un moment donné, notre curiosité a été sur une ligne grise. Moi, ça a été avec des 25 cents dans des cabines téléphoniques. Ceux qui sont jeunes, ça existait avant, je vous jure. Puis pour les autres...
Comme les tapes cassettes, comme dans Gardien de la Galaxie.
Exactement, là. Puis mon premier piratage, ça a été 42 disquettes 3 pouces et quart pour Doom. J'amenais ça au cégep, puis je les faisais copier au monde. Mais on a toute une histoire de même, fait qu'il faut assumer aussi que la petite zone grise, là, a fait qu'est-ce qu'on est ici aujourd'hui.
c'est ça qui fait qu'on est curieux puis qu'on est prêt à défendre les systèmes qu'on essaie de protéger aujourd'hui.
Jonathan Marcel applaudit très fortement et finalement a fait beaucoup d'émotions.
Merci à criminel numéro 2.
Mais je pense que les exemples que monsieur ici, Jonathan, la différence, c'est...
Alain Choquette.
Ouais. C'est vraiment la différence entre la curiosité, le style comme hack the planet, comme dans le bon vieux temps, où tout le monde a fait ça. On a tout commencé ça.
On tapait ensemble pour faire...
versus passer le threshold de l'avarice, purement pour le côté monétaire. Tu sais, de découvrir, de péter des systèmes, d'aller loin juste pour le plaisir d'apprendre, de découvrir. Puis ensuite, d'en faire sa job, là, comme on fait. Je pense qu'il y a vraiment une différence entre aller comme voler des gens, puis comme de s'apatrier. C'est juste comme le bien et le mal. Hein. Je pense qu'il y a quand même...
l'intent, en fait. L'intent to harm
tu veux-tu
people,
avoir 28 Lambeaux ou... non, c'est ça.
C'est l'intention. Ça revient à ça. Ça revient toujours l'intention. Puis si on va vraiment droit criminel, il y a l'intention de créer la situation qui, pour la majorité du code criminel, est la base. Et clairement, si on va dans cette perspective-là, la curiosité, puis même d'ailleurs, on fait référence au film Hackers qui, justement, fait référence à c'est ça, ma curiosité est punie, mais c'est tout dans cet esprit-là. Puis ça rejoint un peu. Puis tant qu'à abonder là-dedans, on a comme perdu cette passion-là qui on semblerait nous a tous animés un jour ou un autre, puis justement d'être curieux, et pas avec une méchanceté ou avec une volonté, mais avec juste parce que la vie est drôle, on est curieux, et on a voulu faire des choses, puis justement, comme les exemples qui ont été donnés, parce qu'on est curieux, on a entendu une affaire, on veut tester, on pousse le système, puis bref, on a décidé de criminaliser cette curiosité-là aussi avec le temps. Là.
Mais il ne faut pas oublier non plus qu'il y a aussi des réalités dans certains pays où c'est une option de carrière qui est légitime. Je ne suis pas sûr qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui se lèvent un jour en disant « je vais devenir un cybercriminel ». Je pense que ça arrive un peu de façon organique. Mettons, en Canada, en Amérique, on a quand même un mode de vie quand même assez intéressant, mais il y a des pays un peu plus sous-développés où c'est une carrière réelle. On le voit souvent, là, les call centers, ces trucs-là. Il y a eu plein d'interviews qui ont été faites à travers les années, puis ces gens-là font du 9 à 5. C'est l'option pour nourrir leur famille. Là, donc, il y a ça aussi. Là, si on ramène ça plus à la cyber et non les écarts de conduite de jeunesse, des fois, c'est juste une option pour subvenir à tes besoins aussi. Là.
Tout à fait. Non, c'est ça. Puis, on regarde certains nation-states comme les threat actors de Corée du Nord. Ils ont le gun sur la tempe à se faire... ça donne qu'ils étaient meilleurs à l'université pour apprendre le hacking. Après, ils se font envoyer dans un hôtel de hacking hotel. Et puis, donc c'est la réalité dans des pays justement peut-être un peu plus d'Europe de l'Est ou quoi, plus défavorisés. C'est un peu de la survie dans certains cas.
Il y a des places, qui emprisonnent les gens pour qu'ils fassent ce genre de choses-là, leur volent leur papier d'identité, donc leur empêche d'être capable de se sauver, donc ils sont pris là-dedans. Il y a des zones, il y a même des quotas qui doivent être atteints, il y a de l'industrialisation, du cheap labor pour faire ce genre de choses-là. Puis si on reboucle avec le AI, parce que ça coûte cher à faire opérer ce genre de choses-là, puis on regarde ces centres-là qui utilisent des humains comme on faisait pour d'autres choses qu'on essaie de se débarrasser en tant que société, de cette espèce d'exploitation de l'humain, mais on est encore là et probablement que c'est pour ça qu'on ne voit pas une augmentation immense de ces attaques très, très, très d'hommes, parce que c'est des humains dans un data center qu'on a ou un hôtel ou peu importe qu'on les a placés, qui opèrent encore cette-là, parce que ça demeure encore le moyen le moins cher pour arriver à exploiter des systèmes. Puis, si on est là encore à réfléchir à choses, puis tu le dis, tu te lamenter un peu sur le fait qu'on est encore à la même place, on a plus de monde, on est plus meilleur, on a plus de technologie, on a plus de choses, puis on est au même point. On a encore techniquement plus d'attaques, on a plus d'industrialisation, on a plus de problèmes maintenant qu'on en avait il y a 10 ou 15 ans. Là.
Mais quand même, dans ce contexte-là, de ce qu'on dit qu'ils ne semblent pas avoir particulièrement plus d'attaques, que les LLM ne font pas une explosion des attaquants, mais en fait, on peut trouver des vulnérabilités avec les agents, avec les mythos et compagnie. Donc, sur ce côté-là, en fait, ce serait une bonne chose parce qu'on on peut les voir beaucoup plus rapidement,
Ouais.
on peut les patcher alors que ça ne semble pas être utilisé.
Non, en théorie, on peut atteindre potentiellement un plateau où on va avoir plus ou moins épuisé les vulnérabilités dans le meilleur des mondes. Un monde de token maxing hypothétique où c'est comme le thème de NorthSec cette année où c'est très, très hopeful. On va trouver toutes les vulnérabilités qu'il y a à trouver dans le kernel Linux, puis on va avoir fini. Mais voilà, je pense pas.
J'ai une question pour vous autres, utilisateurs d'AI. L'avez-vous utilisé pour patcher des trucs?
Non.
C'est comme mettre une base de données en prod si tu veux pas faire ça.
Ben, c'est un peu ça l'affaire, c'est qu'on a un méga outil qui nous aide à générer plein de codes, qui génère plein de bugs. On est capable de l'utiliser pour les régler ou pas, ou il n'est pas capable, ou c'est trop compliqué, ou je sais pas.
Ben moi, je l'ai utilisé, puis mon application roule plus, donc il est plus vulnérable.
Bien joué.
Il n'y a plus de bugs.
J'ai pas tant d'expérience à l'avoir utilisé pour du remediation automatisé, mais de mon expérience, c'est hit or miss. Là. C'est comme il faut... La qualité de ce que ça donne n'est pas variable.
J'utilise tous les jours et c'est fantastique. Ça me permet de faire des trucs que je connais zéro. Je fais pas de trucs de production, je suis en recherche, fait que ça me permet de faire des prototypes
Par
très
curiosité,
rapidement.
c'est quoi que tu utilises en ce moment comme AI? C'est quoi les AI du moment pour toi?
J'utilise des trucs Copilot, OpenAI, Claude.
Ouais, fait que ce que Microsoft a acheté, en gros, là.
Claude, on l'a pas acheté, mais on y a accès aussi. Donc, tout top of the line que j'utilise pour essayer de comparer. C'est comme une course à cheval. Là. Je trouve que ça dépasse un peu tout. Mais c'est ça. Donc, mes collègues dans les équipes produits aussi sont pas forcés, mais forcés à utiliser. Et c'est encore le problème humain de savoir la capacité à absorber et de pouvoir intégrer ce nouveau code-là qui, peut contenir des nouveaux problèmes, mais aussi, quand c'est entre les mains de développeurs seniors, ça permet d'accélérer le travail beaucoup.
Oui. Je pense que l'affaire la plus proche d'une réponse qu'on peut avoir, c'est l'été passé. Bon, les modèles ont évolué depuis, mais l'été passé, le DARPA avait finalisé une compétition super grosse sur la détection de vulnérabilité avec des AI. Il y avait une composante patching à ça. J'ai pas les détails on top of my head, mais s'il y a du monde qui veulent s'amuser à fouiller là-dedans, ça s'appelait AIXCC. Puis c'était à ce moment-là le plus gros événement que j'ai jamais eu sur la recherche de vulnérabilité avec du patching fait par des LLM. Fait que, à ce niveau-là, ça peut être intéressant. J'ai aucune idée du output de ça.
Mais ça fait des années que ça existe, cet événement-là. C'était pas la première fois. C'est peut-être juste que ça a évolué, là. Ouais.
Avant, il y avait une version exploitation automatique de trucs binaires qui s'appelait CGC. La dernière édition du CGC qu'ils avaient faite, et c'était comme rendu compte que c'était un problème à peu près résolu. Genre, ils étaient satisfaits de ce qu'ils avaient atteint. Fait qu'ils ont dit, on met ça on sleep pour une couple d'années. Puis quand les LLM sont sortis, ils ont fait, oh, on en fait de nouveau.
Ouais, ben, ça revient à ce qu'on disait. Ça a permis d'ouvrir de nouveaux horizons, mais un peu comme François disait, il y a eu un plateau de leur côté, mais là, on vient d'ouvrir d'autres possibilités. Mais encore là, ça va prendre combien d'années avant qu'ils retouchent le plateau? 5 ans, 10 ans, une semaine? C'est ça qui est intéressant de voir aussi.
François, t'as l'air de méditer.
Oui, j'ai suivi un petit peu ça, mais je me rappelle d'avoir lu le report, mais j'ai pas, malheureusement, je me rappelle plus j'ai pas la réponse à ta question.
Mais l'autre côté à ça, puis là, on l'a affleuré un peu, toutes les vulnérabilités qui sont générées, parce que là, on génère de la dette technologique à vitesse grand V. Là. Je suis même pas sûr qu'on va être capable de patcher suffisamment vite pour la quantité de vulnérabilités qu'on est en train de générer à cause du AI. C'est assez fou la quantité de vulnérabilités qu'on génère à l'heure actuelle. Là.
La réponse, c'est non. Il n'y a aucune chance qu'on soit capable de patcher à cette vitesse-là.
Fait qu'on fait quoi? Bon, on va finir là-dessus, non? C'est ça? Un long silence. Non, c'est une blague, c'est pas mon podcast, c'est le tien. Là. Mais, non, mais c'est vrai un peu, c'est ça, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup d'hypothèses là-dedans. Puis encore là, Mythos, il y a des gens select, des compagnies select qui ont accès. Est-ce que ça va vraiment rendre ça problématique ou pas? Seul le temps nous le dira, en fait. Mais puis c'est peut-être une opinion qui va être pas très populaire, mais je pense que c'est correct qu'il y ait des vulnérabilités. C'est humain du code. Même si c'est la machine, il faut pas oublier que tous ces modèles-là sont entraînés sur des données qui ont été créées par des humains à travers les années. Les modèles ne sont pas parfaits parce que le data ne l'était pas non plus. Je pense qu'il faut juste, encore là, s'outiller pour être capable d'accepter que peut-être qu'il va y avoir un volume de vulnérabilité plus présent, qu'il va y avoir plus d'attaques. C'est peut-être juste encore là de revoir comment on utilise Internet.
Mais ça change quoi d'avoir plus de vulnérabilité? Tu dis très sérieusement, là, on utilise, si tu parlais de choses, je parlais de ton exemple, d'une chose que tu as faite il y a 10 ans et tu utilises maintenant. Est-ce que parce qu'on sort genre 3 fois plus de vulnérabilités maintenant, ils vont être utilisés?
Probablement pas. Puis encore là, je pense qu'il faut revoir comment, par exemple, l'Internet fonctionne. Combien de fois par jour vous devez vous créer un compte dans quelque chose pour encore donner les mêmes informations que vous avez données à tout le monde? C'est peut-être juste qu'en fait, les compagnies doivent accepter qu'ils vont se faire compromettre puis de stocker le moins d'informations de valeur pour vous. Ça va être un genre de changement comme ça que
pour
ça
le
prend.
marketing, c'est tough, là, ton take. Là, tu vas te faire... je veux dire, sont bien remontés. Il y a eu... On prend l'incident de 2019 chez Desjardins, qui a quand même marqué l'imaginaire au Québec. Et le problème qu'il y avait à ce moment-là, ce n'est pas un problème technique, c'est un problème d'affaires. Parce que le marketing voulait avoir accès à l'information. Et on revient à ça, ce n'est pas une question qu'on n'a pas les technologies ou les capacités dans les mains. On n'est pas que Desjardins est une mauvaise compagnie. Il y avait des incitatifs financiers qui n'étaient pas alignés avec la protection des informations. Et combien de compagnies sont dans cette situation-là qu'une équipe marketing qui a des incitatifs qui sont incompatibles avec la sécurité?
J'ai une question, moi, pour l'équipe bleue et l'équipe rouge de ce monde. On demandait, ça fait quoi qu'il y ait plus de vulnérabilité? Est-ce que le fait qu'il y ait moins de vulnérabilité, ça t'oblige en tant qu'attaquant, si tu veux te rendre à un objectif X, de passer par des chemins connus? Puis ces chemins connus-là sont-ils plus faciles à détecter que quelqu'un qui passe par le sous-bois en exploitant des vulnérabilités que tu ne sais pas qui existent, puis qui passe par des chemins qu'on n'est pas capable de prévoir?
Moi, je pense qu'il y a une question de coût, comme tu dis. S'il y a moins de vulnérabilité, les zero day, par exemple, comme tu faisais référence dans le sous-bois, prennent énormément de valeur. En ce moment, depuis des années, avec la mode des réseaux sociaux, ça a affecté toutes les industries. Maintenant, les gens publient des vulnérabilités plus pour la visibilité qui vient avec que l'aspect technique. Donc, je pense que s'il y en aurait moins, les gens garderaient ça un peu plus. C'est probablement ça qui va arriver. S'il y a beaucoup de vulnérabilités, il y a plusieurs options. Ça diminue la valeur un peu. C'est un peu le problème de l'offre et la demande, je pense. Encore là, comme tu dis, il y a plus de vulnérabilités, ça ne veut pas dire qu'ils sont nécessairement exploitables ou t'amènent à un endroit intéressant ou te permettent de compromettre un système complètement. On regarde par exemple Mozilla avec l'exercice qu'ils ont fait, je pense que c'était comme 421 vulnérabilités qu'il y avait dans un advisory, mais concrètement, il y en a combien qui pourraient être utilisés pour compromettre un browser, genre 0 clic, il n'y en avait pas 421 là-dedans. Il y a plein de trucs mineurs, puis il ne faut pas non plus négliger ce qui est mineur, mais la plupart de ce qui était là-dedans n'était pas exploitable, qui te permettait de compromettre un navigateur à distance. Donc, je pense juste qu'encore là, le marché va s'adapter. Probablement que les gens avec une expertise plus poussée vont avoir plus de valeur sur le marché parce qu'on va revenir à avoir besoin de cette expertise-là. Puis un exemple simple que j'adore donner, Metasploit, dans le temps, était le parfait exemple de ça. Il y avait des vulnérabilités là-dedans comme MS-0867 qui était comme Flickr. Cet exploit-là était un des premiers exploits publics avec un rope chain. La plupart des gens dans leur vie n'ont jamais fait un rope chain de leur vie, mais Metasploit a rendu cette vulnérabilité-là accessible parce que tu pouvais littéralement juste mettre un IP et tu avais un shell système sur un système Windows. C'est pas que la vulnérabilité était triviale, l'outil l'a rendu trivial. Si je demande à des gens, juste pour le plaisir, de découvrir cette vulnérabilité-là par eux-mêmes, tu vas te rendre compte que la quantité de gens qui ont cette expertise-là va diminuer drastiquement. Donc, c'est ça qui va arriver. En fait, ça va devenir une main-d'œuvre hautement spécialisée, je pense, qui va être là. Puis si l'inverse est vrai, ça va juste devenir plus accessible, mais la qualité de la main-d'œuvre, la valeur de la main-d'œuvre va aussi suivre, je crois.
Oui, et on est sur la fin. Je vois déjà des regards qui restent 5 minutes. Je vais terminer sur le fait, est-ce que un arbre qui tombe dans une forêt et qu'il n'y a personne pour l'écouter tomber, fait-il du bruit? Et cette analogie-là est bonne pour les vulnérabilités. S'il y a des vulnérabilités qui existent, est-ce qu'elles font du bruit si elles n'ont pas été découvertes? Et si même si elles ont été découvertes, est-ce que le bruit va être réellement appliqué par rapport à ça? Sur ce, merci. Merci à mes panélistes.
Merci.
Merci à toi.
Merci.
Merci.
Uh, ah. Are you ready for the lightning talks? Êtes-vous prêts pour les talks éclairs? OK, Georges, fire.
Hi, I'm George. Good afternoon, North.